you're live. Good luck.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to our Questing for Glory 5. This is going to be Soul Hackers 2, the latest release for the SMT series. I'm ChampionBeef, the runner. You may know me from some of the other runs I've done on this channel. I don't know why they keep letting me on. But I'm happy to be here. This run is going to be doing the True End on normal difficulty. The True End requires us to do a bunch of bonus dungeons to be able to save one of the characters at the end of the run. No DLC. Alright, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1. So this game is about two humanoid androids from a master computer godlike system called Ion, Ringo and Fig here. We're tasked with saving humanity because the supercomputer has predicted that some people are going to do some very bad things with entities called Covenants and ruin the world. In order to prevent this, we need to save a guy named Arrow from dying. That is our first task in the game. So we're here at the shipping district because this is where the supercomputer told us he is. And look, he's over there on the ground. Surely nothing bad has happened. Oh no, he's dead. Well, alright guys, we got the bad end. Game's over. This is why I told them to cut down the estimate. So being androids and supercomputer and powerful that we are, we're actually gonna do what the game says and hack their souls to bring them back to life. Because that's just something we can do now. Imagine a game title where you actually do what the game title says. So we bring him back to life. We get this stuff called soul level. That'll be very important later. And we're going to head off to the tutorial battle here. This game operates much like your standard SMT game. There's no press turn system, but there's still you know, the same spell names, Zio, Bufu, Agizan, along with hitting enemy weaknesses. And in this game, instead of getting extra press turns, you get what's called a stack. And you can see that at the top corner of the screen there. When at the end of your turn, your stat counter goes off for what's called a Sabbath here. And these are basically like Persona all-out attacks. They just do a bunch of almighty damage to the enemies. The higher the stat count, the more damage it deals. And we're going to be using that mechanic a lot throughout the game to just get extra damage and finish off fights for the most part. This run has a lot of grinding in it. As any SMTs without an abusable system will have. But fortunately, the most recent patch added a fast battle speed that we'll be using here. So we're grinding for mainly two things throughout this run. We're grinding for enemy drops. We just got one of them there called Beast Claws. And the enemy drops we'll be grinding for throughout the run basically unlock meta abilities to strengthen your characters. Because you can equip demons to get more skills and stats, but there's also like things like affinities and commander skills and a bunch of other mechanics in the game that we'll be working with. So here I'm gonna move back an area to get a quick spawn here. I need one more set of Beast Claws from these Dormarths. And I can get more of them later, but doing this now... Alright, we didn't get any. I have to do a small grind later for some items, so I can get the Beast Claws then. But generally speaking, items only drop off one mob in this game, so if you don't get them, you just have to keep farming that mob. Your demons in your stock will also be placed around these maps. And they give you items. Sometimes the items are random, so, a lot of the times the ones we're picking up are going to be fixed. You can tell the difference between them because of the borders. If you see that like star border around them, that means that spot is always going to be there. And the things you get from it are always going to be the same as well. So we got another small mini boss here of just this woman and a Tsuchigomo. She goes down in 2 turns pretty easily. This is still just the intro dungeon, so you can't really be that much stronger. Since we had to do that extra fight, though, our Pixie and Poltergeist are going to level fully up here. And when a demon levels up fully in this game, they give you what's called a Mystique most of the time. And those are the type of meta power-ups that I was talking about that we'll need to upgrade. Mystiques basically are akin to your Fire Boost and Ice Boost, Force Amp. Like, they're ways to strengthen your damage and healing and reduce MP cost, basically.
You know the drill. Don't be. Don't
So here we have the first boss of the game. He's, again, pretty simple. You just spam magic at him. There's going to be a lot of the fights in this run. We're going to be doing some really cool things eventually. But nothing quite yet. There's some very, very broken and abusable skills in this game that we're going to use in the late game to completely invalidate enemies. So our goal here was to find this girl named Milady because Arrow was supposed to be protecting her. Once again, we failed at her job and she's dead. So we're going to hack her soul as well. And whenever you're, diving deep into somebody's soul to bring them back to life, you kind of see some of their memories, which is what the game is going through now. So we bring her back to life. She's kind of angry at us because she doesn't know who we are. She's just kind of angry all game, so we just get used to that. So coming up, we'll have some dialogue options I need to do. Those dialogue options affect a thing called soul level. And in order to get to the true end for this game, you need to get at least 100 soul level on every single character. And the speedrun does this in the obviously most efficient way possible. But we only have excess of one single soul level point that we cannot choose to assign freely. Meaning, if I make a single incorrect dialogue choice, I pretty much have to reload. So we're looking for these people called the Covenant Bearers, because the Covenants are what the big bad is trying to collect to essentially remake the world and ruin it for everyone. And we're trying to stop that. Milady was a Covenant holder, and she lost her Covenant to Fig, our partner. So we've got one in our hand, but we're trying to locate the other ones. So we're after one we know of called Saizo. We're gonna find him dead in the alley over here because, I mean, we gotta bring him back to life too. We gotta make sure we're constantly soul hacking people.
Welcome. I'd love to see you
Right here, I'm basically just tagging a bunch of the shops because that's going to unlock fast travel for them, and we'll be heading to all these different various places later.
Good to see you. I bid you good luck.
So, as I said, here we find Saizo dead in an alley. His story is a little bit tragic because his girlfriend is the one who shot him. But we'll deal with that later. So more on the true end, we're gonna be going into this dungeon called the Soul Matrix soon. And what the Soul Matrix is it's basically these characters' souls, and we go through them and kind of clean out any errors that are in them, like, you know, a bunch of demons and stuff, and past mental traumas and all that good stuff. And we had, in order to get the true end, you need to clear the level 4 of all the Soul Matrixes, and that's what requires 100 soul level on everyone, because there's a bunch of, you know, doors in those matrices that, you know, need to be unblocked. So here we're going to get access to those meta upgrades I was talking about. We're not really going to do anything with them right away because we just don't have the resources. But we're going to be getting the resources throughout our grinding throughout the game. Because if you try to do a low-level playthrough of this game, you're going to have a very, very bad time. A lot of people complain about the level scaling in SMT5. The level scaling in this game is far worse. But nobody talks about it because this game's a lot more linear in nature. It's not as open world. So, you know, generally, casually, you're not going to be skipping as many encounters. And here we're going to get our navigator, who is Fig, in this little owl doll that shows up. Everybody dislikes her with a strong, fiery passion. They think she's really annoying. She is pretty annoying, honestly. But as a speedrun, we actually are kind of thankful for her, because a lot of the times when we're looking for mobs to spawn, they don't always spawn on screen. So the audio notification of, hey, there's a mob near you, is actually really, really helpful. So here we're taking some encounters. We need those beast claws I was talking about. They drop from these hairs of Yanaba. And then I'm going to also need 2 wicked bird coal. Alright, so I got the beast claws there. So we've got 3 beast claws total now. So I don't need any more of those. Now I'm looking for Omarakis to show up. Those are not Omarakis, so... There was consideration for taking that because it had a McCoy in it. I don't need the McCoy drop now, but I'll need it later. And eventually I'm going to get the ability to, like, seek for specific enemies. So having a McCoy killed for that specific point is definitely something you can consider doing. And we didn't get any bird call. Feels bad. This first grind here is generally the worst because there's such a high variance in encounters here for what these formations can actually be. And they just don't want to give me their drop. We get a skill later on that thankfully significantly raises drop rates. But for right now, it's kind of just suffering without it. So during these fights, I'm specifically trying to spread out my damage so the stack damage will finish off the fight. Alright, we got one Wicked Bird Call. I just need one more now. Normally, you want to get these basically around the time you hit level 6. We're probably about 6.5 right now, so this is not an ideal grind, but hopefully if this encounter is kind, we'll get it right here. Whoa, nobody died.
I'm going to enjoy playing with you. Got him.
Well, that was kind of one-sided.
No, dude.
Enemy. Let's
Let's beat it. It's tough being in the spot.
One of the good things about having to grind so much in this game is if you have to overgrind in a specific section as a result of, you know, not getting the drops that you need, like this, it doesn't really harm you later on or anything. It just saves you grinding later.
That's your power. I got this one, Sizer.
I'm not your baby.
Looks like it'll work.
Alright, there we go. And we just got 2 of them in the same fight, so that's just how it goes sometimes. We're gonna do our first demon recruitment here. That's actually RNG for what the demon's gonna ask for, and I'm actually gonna drop down a safety save just in case he asks for something that I don't have. Alright, he just asked for money.
Relax. Let's take it. Look out! Incoming!
So the first 2 recruits of the run that are RNG that Searing Up and later on a McCoy
Now we can
are very, very scary because if you don't have them, they're gone forever, basically. And that's not very ideal when we need them to be a part of our team.
incoming.
So right there we got an introduction to what's called risky enemies. They're big and purple and they spawn and they're based off... the enemy formation is entirely based off Ringo's current level. And it updates every 10th level, so every time you hit 20, 30, 40, 50, the encounter formation will update. They are disgustingly strong and give a ton of experience. And you might think, well, that sounds great for a speedrun. But they are so strong, in fact, that we will just never have the tools to actually do those fights safely. Where, like, we could just do normal fights and get more experience in the time it takes us to clear one of the risky enemies. They're also total RNG to spawn, so it's not even that great. Of EXP. But yeah, they will just bully you.
I'll do what I can.
You can't stop me.
So here we're going to swap around our equipment and demons. I forgot to put the run Cosmic Whale.
That's the ticket.
So you have various amounts of equipment in this game. You've got the demons you can equip for stats. You've got armor for defense. And then you've got what's called our augments for your meta scaling. And those are your fire boost and force boost types of things to just passively enhance your damage. And we'll be making very specific use out of all of that throughout the run.
We're good.
I don't know, Ringo.
So,
With this power.
you know the drill. Don't be a hero.
There she goes.
So this is the first boss who's actually a threat. When this boss has its abs die or reaches critical health, it will use Mazio, and Mazio completely will ruin our day. So we need to make sure we're not pushing that break point until we're absolutely ready.
Too late for regrets now. We're alright. This ought to got so.
Switching to offense.
I hate don't let you try. Here I come. That one. Love to see it. All yours, guys.
It's a little risky, leaving myself with that health. Alright, we're fine.
See that?
Ringo.
Well, that'll work. That's better.
This is actually a completely fine turn to push the Mazio on,
Too late for regrets now.
because Arrow resists electric, and he's the only one who is like close to being weak there, so we should just be able to finish up the fight here. Uh-oh. Yo, never punished. Never punished. So a lot of the bosses in this game are like that, where they have different phases throughout the fight based on their HP totals or how many turns it's been, or what you've done in the fight. And we're going to be... a lot of the routing for this game was figuring out where those breakpoints are and how to deal with them. For the first half of the game or so, we're going to just be dealing with them and just kind of pushing through them as best we can. But in the later half of the game, we're just going to opt to be so strong and so abusive with one of the game's mechanics that we're going to just completely invalidate one of the most of the bosses, including the final boss. Like, the final boss has a whole bunch of mechanics, and we're just going to ignore them entirely because we're just going to... We're going to take the boss basically from 75% HP to dead in a single turn. So you'll see me getting a bunch of skills from this from the Soul Matrix. Basically what that is it's they're even more meta skills, stuff like some stat bonuses, some and some really good commander skills, or Ringo personal skills, and then like stuff like a stoma you get. So we're going to be using those to scale up throughout the game as well. This is not where I meant to go.
Take your time. I'd love to see you again.
I just wanted to hear that Daylight Watch music because it's great. So one of the final mechanics in this game is the meal system. Basically, you can eat a meal and it'll give passive effects to your characters in dungeons. And the meal we're going to be eating throughout the game is basically an EXP boost meal. The thing with meals, though, is that they have... characters have likes and dislikes. And if a character dislikes a meal, they get 0 effect from it. The EXP meal we're going to be using, only Ringo, our main character, likes. So only she is going to be getting boosted experience. But that's totally fine because, like, your fusion level... and basically everything scales off of Ringo's level, so having her be high level is what you want. And as such, we're going to make Ringo, since level scaling is such a big thing in this game, we're going to be making Ringo basically our main damage dealer for most of the fights. But we have 2 struggle boss mini-bosses coming up. We're actually going to be using poison, which is pretty rare to see in an SMT game. We're going to be using poison to try to do the majority of the damage on these next 2 fights.
Look out! Incoming.
So one of the nice things was there was a patch release for this game in October, which made this run 3 hours shorter. Mostly because it added this dash that you're seeing right now. You can just toggle on and off a run speed, whereas normally you only had a walk speed to deal with, and it was much slower. You could get an ability to increase your run speed that would make it faster than this dash, but you know, you didn't get it until after this dungeon here. So technically, over the course of the run, it loses time to just be using the dash. Oh, I didn't change my party. That's not good.
You know what to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, well, we got the poison, so that's good.
It's okay. I hope this will take. You got it.
You know the drill. Don't be a hero.
Let's stick with it. Want a piece of this?
I'm not your daddy son.
Ow.
Let's roll. Now, Ringo, for me. This will turn the tables.
Loose here. This'll make things easy. Nothing we can do. Here goes.
Oh, I can be using Eat Hole on that, combo, actually. Ow.
We're left. Give it a shot.
Okay.
You got this. That should
We're gonna Tarunda here. Somebody is going to die if I don't do anything.
Easy. Let's go.
Um,
Are you just
Saizo can maybe survive here.
tables?
That's what I need.
Especially if I give him, boost him up. Okay. So Arrow's gonna die here for sure. That's just gonna be how it is. Because I killed the ad, I knew he was gonna use Fire Spray there.
Perfect timing, Ringo. I'm still in.
And now this boss is gonna use Fire Spray every other turn, so I kind of really need to kill him as fast as I can.
Man, this
I didn't
hurts.
know you were such a pushover.
But unfortunately, since I messed up my
Don't overdo it.
party configurations a lot, we're gonna have a really hard time with that.
You're too reckless.
I'm still in.
Saizo's basically just dead, so...
What's
Here
our
I come.
opener? What's our opener?
Just getting started.
Don't count me.
Not much choice.
Again, relying on Poison here to do the bulk of the work for me.
Knew you'd be there.
Poison can be lethal, so it just leaves him at 1 HP. So that was not a good fight, but that was definitely my fault for forgetting to do the menu before the fight. Because otherwise the RNG was actually really good. That boss, the human in that boss resists poison, so actually being able to poison him was pretty huge.
Enemy! Incoming! Let's take it. Incoming! Careful. Now we can relax. Enemy! Careful.
One of the other things the patch also did is the battle speed you've been seeing, that like really fast battle speed, that was added in as well. Battles used to be much slower, which, you know, also increased the duration of this run by a long time. So, you know, if you fail to fight, instead of losing 2 or 3 minutes to redo the fight, you're losing like 5 to 10 on some fights because they were just that long. And then the last thing the patch did for us was it added a few new demons. And some of those demons were really helpful. Because they also relaxed the inheritance system. This game has a very strict inheritance system. Or it did, rather, where demons really can't inherit a lot of skills based on their, like, internal affinities. Like, if you have a Cert or something who's, you know, canonically, he's got a giant fire sword, he's a fire demon, he couldn't inherit anything but, like, fire and wind. That's all he could inherit.
Can relax.
But now that system is much more relaxed. And as a result of that, we can get a lot more magic on a lot of our demons than we were able to. And with the new demons, we were able to do some rerouting of the fusion system, or the fusion route, to actually get Media for this, for the first major boss coming up. And that was an absolute game changer for the fight.
Now we can relax. Get ready. You did it. Look out. That was close.
I know this game was on sale a little while ago. This game's worth $35–40 in my opinion.
Incoming.
So even like a 25% discount is definitely worth it for this game. This game is very solid. It's got some of the best characters in all of SMT in my opinion.
Might work.
Okay, hair. Lady McCoy. Saizo Poltergeist. Suchi Gobo. So this fight, we're like level 10 right now. These bosses are level 19. We cannot do damage to them, basically. However, we can poison them. We can poison them and guard and try to survive this fight while the poison does work. And that is exactly what we're going to do here. Alright, we got both poisons first try, which is really good. Rampage is really bad and scary. It does a ton of damage. But now that we've got them poisoned, we just kind of heal up and guard. Lower their attack some so they do less damage. Ow! But you can see poison is doing like 25% of their HP a turn. I think we go for the kill on that one. Alright, we got it. Good. And then this one's almost dead as well. Alright. Excellent fight there. Absolutely excellent fight.
Are you hurt?
No deaths, both first turn poisons, no poison recovery. Just absolutely incredible fight.
Enemy. Now we can relax. You did it. Later. Look out. Get ready.
So throughout this game, we're going to be making a lot of story decisions to get soul level. The only other way to get soul level is from side quests and things called hangouts. There are various items in dungeons that unlock hangouts, and then there are a number of side quests that unlock hangouts as well. And we're going to be doing the bare minimum of what we can with all of that to just barely get enough soul level for everything. Of so here we're going to be doing our first set of hangouts. The choices you make during them doesn't matter at all, but we need to get some extra points here so that we can unlock the next demon skill slot for our demons. Ringo's soul level increases as everybody else's does. And hers is the most lucrative in terms of rewards you get from it. Unless you count increased item drop rate, which is one of Milady's skills. Some of the other types of skills you can learn are basically like, when you hit an electric weakness with this character, you get more stack value. And stuff like that's really strong as well. Augie, shot. Are you prepared for this? So just like other SMT games, this game has fusion. You take two demons, you shove them together to make a new demon. Some your skills will get inherited. You can choose your inheritance. Stats will also carry over very slightly, like level up stats. Level ups in this game are actually totally RNG. So you can sometimes get really messed up with not getting good level ups. Mostly it's really only impactful in that very first tutorial dungeon. Or Dormarth.
What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Today,
So here is one of the first new demons, this Pixie, this special Soul Hackers 1 Pixie. She is a absolute godsend for this route. She is the sole reason we're able to get Media for the next boss fight.
Let's do this. Go you.
No, you. So we're gonna be doing our first actual grind now. This grind is a grind to level 18. We're level 11 right now, 11 or 10. So it's a pretty long grind. And we need a bunch of monster drops as well, so it all works out. But this grind is so much of a grind that we need to grind levels on lower level mobs so that we can get strong enough to fight the higher level mobs. That's how under leveled we are. It was like if we tried to grind on the most EXP giving mobs in this dungeon right now, we just straight up could not do it. We would not survive those fights. So we need to grind on lower level mobs, which conveniently we need their drops for anyways. But I just find it funny that we're not even strong enough to grind on actual mobs. Okay, so we got 2 Drake Claws there. I'm looking for 3 of those. So getting 2 from one fight is huge.
Let's get this go time.
I'm really also looking for Cocopars here, because they drop another item that I need. But we'll take this. We'll take this so far. All right. Well, we have all of the Drake Claws we need. So now we just need the Butterburs. Oh no! Why are my quick alerts on? I will fix that. Also, that was Patrick Seitz, for anybody wondering. Doing some vocal exercises. I will turn those off. I don't even know why they're on. Oh my god, Streamlabs, just let me in.
And that's Yata
Okay.
skill, huh? Let's finish.
Apologies for that. Quality content, absolutely. Alright, so we got 1 Butterbur there. We needed 2. Also, apologies for all the pausing every time I have to tab out of the game to do all the different steps that it just took to log into Streamlabs. The game pauses. We're gonna have to do 1 more in a second here. So you'll notice this marker above these mobs here. Basically what that is it's a quest marker saying, hey, these mobs are part of a quest you have. That's why I picked up the quest at the start of this area, is so that I could get that notification, because that tells me exactly, for these mobs that I'm just looking for, these Zunsushis, that tells me that, hey, they're in this encounter, you should take this encounter. But I've killed enough of them now, so I'm no longer going to get that notification. I do also need to kill, or do this quest, because the hangout events unlock based off how many quests you've done. So by doing this quest here, I actually need to do this quest to get to the requisite level for that. Alright, we got the 2 Butterburs. So that was actually a really solid grind. We're going to complete the request to get 2 life stones from it. We also make a Happy Jack Frost, which is, you know, always a good thing. Always make a Happy Jack Frost.
It's dangerous. Incoming.
We do not want to see that. That is a big boy, and we do not want to deal with the big boy. Please go away, sir. So, we changed the areas in this dungeon now, so now we're fighting way, way, way stronger mobs. And this fight is actually, in particular, horrendously scary. This is terrifying of an encounter. Oh my god. We might just die. Ow. Okay, yeah, we're out of here. We are absolutely out of here.
Gotta run. Barely made it.
It was going good until they started using Miragi. The only reason we didn't just wipe completely there is because the Kappas decided to use Zon instead of Mazon.
That was close. Look out!
Dang, that would have been a really good encounter to actually be able to win as well, which is a shame. You are. So that was the case right there where it's like there's a bunch of turns here.
Show them a good time.
Can I do this?
Accessing data. Here I come. I'll handle
I think I can do this. Yeah, I have Boo-Boo. Okay. More scary encounters, but, oh, why did it have to be a micro?
Finish goes. I'm shutting. That's gotta hurt.
it. Here I come.
Do your thing, Switching
Go,
off.
go
for it, Arrow. This could work.
That's a nasty one.
You know what? Actually, this is a lost cause. Those things are a little too strong. We're getting very weird mob encounters here. Like, ones I don't usually see. Arrow's out of SP. I'm gonna need to chakra drop him.
Phew. Look out! That was close.
Watch out for the new enemy.
Alright, this is something I can handle.
Go, Glenn.
We have plenty of force damage, guys.
That's a nasty one.
Let's get it lucky. Nice. Whoever
Not
brings
your
them
baby,
down
still
gets
got
boost on
some
me.
Out of my way.
But yeah, these things are level 18, we're level 13, so we're still very, very weak.
Let me see. Here goes. How's that? Time to take it off.
The goal here is to get to 13 and then to 15, so there's 13. And yeah, the OST for this game is absolutely amazing. Definitely one of the selling points of it.
Look out! Careful.
So now that we're 13, we can go over here and recruit this Jack Frost. I was talking about level scaling earlier. Level scaling is based off... Oh my god, he took my MP. That jerk. Wow.
Careful.
Alright, well, we're gonna have to cut this grind a little short and duck out of here a little more early than anticipated, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. Because we have no MP anymore, and your normal attacks do essentially no damage in this game.
What'll it do next time? What'll it be today?
Gotta go buy some more apple cider. So apple cider is the food we're going to be using for the game. Again, it gives Ringo only more experience, but since basically everything is based off Ringo's level, you're totally fine with it just being on Ringo. Well, at least now that I have full MP, I'm not afraid of these fights here anymore.
Look out! Incoming. Now we can relax.
As I immediately get to one of the most dangerous formations. This is fine. This is fine. I promise this is fine.
Let's go.
Forgot to get stack overflow too. Ow!
Finish them off, Sizo. No problem.
Good idea. Let's promise.
Right there.
This shredder, right on target. You like that? Feeling looks painful.
So one of the great things about this game is the interaction between your party members. They all have so many unique lines of dialogue that over the course of a full playthrough, you probably A, won't get tired of them, and B, won't even hear them all. And it's just part of what makes this game really, really good. Is there's just so many interactions you get to hear.
You like that? I'll do it. You think you can order me around like you're hungry? That was a joke.
Alright, so there we go. Now we're level 15. That was the goal of the original grind, is to get to level 15. Because at level 15 we are now strong enough to A, fuse some stuff, That'll make the next grind really easy.
A great
And also,
strikes now. Make your choice.
okay, first.
What skills shall
Mazio, Augie, Runda, Dia, and Defense Kushinashi.
diabolic power?
15 gets us strong enough to handle the next set of mobs and fuse a bunch of stuff in here that will also help us handle the next set of mobs.
Skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Now, make your choice. What skills shall they inherit?
Finger shot.
Prepared for this?
Always do that. Alright, so Arrow gets Jack Frost, Ringo gets Quinn Long, Saizo gets Pixie. Oh wait, Ringo gets Quinn Long, and then Melody gets Talking Arrow.
Until next time.
So every time you enter a dungeon and leave for any reason, your phone bonus gets reset. So even though we were only in there for a little bit, we have to re-eat food to get the effect again. So this is the more annoying part of this grind. We need to get 2 avian tail feathers and 1 wilder cotton. The tail feathers are from Feng Huangs and the cotton is from bugs.
Get ready.
So hopefully we see those mobs here. All right, well there's some Feng Huangs. It's a good start.
And I'm not your babysitter. Let's turn up the voltage.
And you saw me almost die to these earlier. Tables are much different now that we're like 4 levels higher.
Stay alert, Ringo.
And have a lot better demons. Alright, there's 1 tail feather out of 2. On par with Persona 4 or 5. In my opinion, yes. In most people's opinion, probably not. But it's still a very, very good game.
That was close.
That's in your face.
Alright, well there's bugs, so that's good.
Try.
Careful what you choose, Aaron. Now,
Got it.
that'll
Okay.
now. Time for some punishment. Careful now. I'm not your babysitter. I'll burn that hurt. Out of my way.
I still forget to get a stack optimized, dude.
You know what to do. You know what to do. Good idea. Okay.
So, the stack optimized thing I keep forgetting to get is a commander skill that I can use. Dang, I didn't get a cotton drop. Unfortunate. But the important part is I found a bugs and I killed it, so now that I have that information in the game's registry, I can track it down later. If I don't end up, you know, just finding another encounter with the bugs in it to get another try. Never punished. Anyways, the stack optimized thing I was talking about, basically, what it does is it gives you a stack value based off the damage and attack deals. So in a lot of cases, it'll double the amount of stack you get from a weakness hit, and it'll make any base attack do stack as well. So it's really good for grinding because it can help you clear encounters faster. Alright, so we did get the Wilbur Cotton there. So we've gotten 1 out of the drops that we need for here. Now we just need to find the avian tail feathers. And since I've killed Feng Huangs, we have a backup for that. So I don't need to get them now. If worst comes to worst, I can get them later. It's significantly slower to get them later, but I mean, so is overgrinding here, so...
Let's go.
Promising.
That should be the truth.
Sure, man. Now you like that? No. I'll deal with it.
Got a hunch?
Agree. Too late for that. That was a joke.
Alright, level 17, 1 more level to go. The goal is to get to level 18 here.
There's one. Look out. Careful.
So we've got 1 more level to hopefully find some more Feng Huangs. And that is not that. That is a not Feng Huang, so that is just more Nozochis.
That'll work.
Thought of it.
You know
I
what
hear
to
you.
do. Still with Too late for this.
So you'll notice Milady is kind of missing a lot. That is something she is very, very infamous for, and it's really bad because later on in the run, boss fights are literally determined by whether you hit or miss. So if you miss at the wrong time, you're just dead. So hopefully she gets all the missing out of her system out, so that we are not dealing with it later.
Enemy! Get close!
They won't know what to do.
On your orders.
Alright, so the game just refused to give me more Feng Huangs, so we'll probably have to pick those up later, from the looks of it. Ringo and Amessa. I like Ringo way more. Ringo is just absolutely sassy as heck, and she can actually back it up. Whereas Nemessa's, you know, just borrowing, what's her face's body. Alright, so we didn't actually hit 18 there, so we've got one more fight to try to get, to the,
This'll do.
the drop. Can we do it? Can we see some Feng Huangs, and will they drop the tail feather?
Can relax.
Let's get this.
The answer is no. The answer is decidedly no.
What's our opener?
We'll wait it out. Whoever brings them down gets
Go
green
ahead,
sun
bring
like
them in.
This is actually a really scary fight because my MP is so low.
You know what's
We'll wait it out. Time for that'll work.
This is where Stack Overflow would be extraordinarily useful, but unfortunately we don't have it.
Bring it on.
I'm going to enjoy playing. Access
Go for it, Ringo.
Let's finish this. Get lost. Too late for this.
Alright, there we go. Alright, so now we gotta do some more fusions here.
A great power may grace our which now make your choice.
Gonna make a Loa with Jack Frost Kami.
What skills shall they inherit?
Tarukaja and Hunda, right? No, Poison Breath.
Are you prepared for this? Now make your choice.
Neko Shogun with New Pixie plus Bicorn.
What skills shall
Agi DM Media Zio. Hunda. Or no, wait, no.
Are you
Okay, there we go.
prepared?
No Zio.
Now make your choice.
And then remake that into a Makami
Use what skills shall
with
they?
the same skills.
Are you prepared for
And then finally into Feng Huang.
this? What skills shall they?
Agi, Meraki, Dia, Media, and Tarukaja.
Are you prepared for this?
And then we're gonna refuse this Pixie immediately.
Shall they now behold the birth of diabolic power? Until next time.
So, that, you take this, a healing augment. Alright, so this boss coming up used to be like the bane of the entire run. He was so incredibly difficult. But now that we have Media on Fire Chicken, he's so much easier. The fight is basically free. It is actually just night and day how easy this fight is now. But now that I've said all that, I'm obviously going to miss and die, so hopefully that doesn't happen. Another thing about this game is a lot of the characters have personal things with the bosses. Like this is Arrow's personal boss to overcome, and like he's got a bunch of really unique dialogue in terms of his attacks and like what he screams when he attacks that you only get to hear on this fight. And that's just like one of the things about this game that makes it so good.
I won't hold back. Here's the boot.
I won't play now. Here,
To take it
Right away.
What's our opener? A little gambit doesn't hurt anyone. Go time.
Bad miss.
Don't here I come.
Best to go with that.
Out of my way.
They're strong.
All right. Be on your guard.
Let's spice
This
things
is
up. I'll cover.
Nailed it.
Let's finish this. Get lost.
What's
Good
our
idea.
opener? That can be.
Ice cold. Out of my way.
That's here's the boot.
Ow.
Switching to offense.
Take it away.
Don't count me out.
Psycho.
I will take it. All right. Good idea.
We're gonna take this turn to kind of lick our wounds a little bit because we need to heal back up.
I know like that.
You are damaged down, so we're just gonna do it here because the boss is going to use his major attack. This attack is straight up just basically lethal if you're not prepared for it. So very strong attack, and it's what made this fight so difficult. Is you could just never get ahead enough to really survive the second one he does. So you had to kill him before then, but now it's just like completely free to be able to survive that. Because you have so much extra damage. Because Media just keeps you alive so much better than straight normal Dia does.
I won't play now. It's all you. Just get away.
Okay, Psycho. Going on.
They're fine. I'll get ice cold. Good hit. Out of my way.
You jerk. Why you gotta be like that?
Looks like you need more training.
Just kidding.
Ringo. No
Just to
reason
be
to tough it out, Melody.
Out of my way.
Alright, there he goes. Decent fight. Now we actually get to hear the OST for a little bit.
You okay? Look out! Get ready.
But yeah, again, that fight used to be so much harder.
Now we can relax.
So one of the items you saw me toss there was an original flame. Those are basically the game's pity system, more or less. They allow you to, if you die, restart a fight entirely for like, or just get back up from death and continue on with the fight. And that's just so cheesy and unfun to me that I've just, since I'm the only runner of this game, I've just straight up banned them from the category. But you can toss them in battle yourself rather than having them auto-activate like that. And tossing them in battle yourself is akin to a bead chain. So it's just a full party heal on everyone. Instead of a you game overed, retry to fight from the same place item, you know? I need to go fuse Nozochi first. But again, since I'm the only runner of the game, for at least this category,
Which strikes make your choice.
it's basically, I can make my own rules for the run.
Until next time.
Or I need to buy McCoy as well.
Great power may grace us. Witness the vestiges of this deed. But can you pay the price? Until next time.
Time to game over. So, the only time I'm actually in danger of game overing is probably on the final boss. And there's actually a few bosses where I'm in danger of game overing. But I'll only game over if I miss. Just don't miss and we're fine. The dude's voice actors every game. I mean, it's Patrick Seitz, and Patrick Seitz is literally my favorite voice actor. So I'm cool with him being in every game ever. Because I love Patrick Seitz. Lester, this isn't my channel. Guy.
Get ready.
But yeah, later on, we're going to be using a strat where the attack I'm using reduces my HP to 1. So if I miss and end up failing the quick kill on the boss will generally retaliate and wipe out 3/4 of my party. So that's why it's kind of really risky to miss in the late game, is because you are facing almost certain death if you miss. But just don't miss. Easy. So here we're going to be running through Milady's Soul Matrixes. These places are basically just giant mazes with 4 levels per character. We've already done arrows as part of the story, but we're doing Milady's here because she unlocks a lot of really, really good abilities. Also, I need to put on tracking for Feng Huang. What I just did is I had got an ability a little bit ago that allows me to put a marker on specific enemies when they appear. And by putting that marker on enemies, I can determine exactly what's in the formation I'm about to encounter. So since I know I need to kill Feng Huang still because I didn't get the second drop, I can put a tracker on them. So now anytime a Feng Huang spawns in here, I can know where that Feng Huang is and take the encounter to try to get the drop. And that's going to be what we use from here on out to determine what we're grinding on. We're going to be doing it in multiple facets, either for a certain drop that we need, or we're going to be putting the marker on the highest experience mob in the dungeon, so that I can know, hey, this mob is going to be good to grind on because it's going to give me a ton of experience. So if you've played the Personas and the other SMTs, but not Soul Hackers 1, you can totally play this game. This game is not very connected to Soul Hackers 1 at all.
You know the drill. Don't be a hero. Let's go. You know the drill. Don't be a hero.
So this boss is a complete chump because we're really over-leveled for him. That's kind of the case with all the Soul Matrix bosses we're fighting, is we're going to be doing them later than you normally would as a casual player. So, as a result, we're just kind of going to destroy these fights. I could win this fight this turn, but I don't want to, actually, because I want to kill this angel. Or rather, I want to kill both of these angels. Because I need the drops from them. And boss fights in this game give you consistent drops, which is really, really nice. So this is actually a really bad fight, because he was supposed to die that last turn, but he's not dead yet. But that's what happens when Milady misses. So I know doing that fight, as long as I kill 2 angels, I'm going to get 2 angel eye patches there. And that's the exact amount I need for a meta skill later. So the way the skills work in this dungeon is basically they all have like an unlock tree. Some of them unlock like by default as soon as you get to a certain depth in the Soul Matrix and unlock a certain amount of gates. But other ones you need to get prerequisite abilities first. And thankfully we know all of those. No, if the ads don't spawn at all, you don't get the drops from them, which is the problem there, you know? We need to at least let them spawn. If they don't get killed, I think you still get the drops. But generally you kill them at the same time you kill them at the same time you know. So I'm taking these extra encounters here, unfortunately, because I kind of just have to. And I apparently cannot, for the life of me, get a tail feather drop, which is very unfortunate because this is wasting time. But
Ringo, major threat. Now we can relax.
more fang pongs, please.
Look out!
Thank you.
Careful.
I've never actually had to do this backup strat in a run. On paper it works, but I mean, we're still just getting really unlucky here.
I was doing that anyway. I'm going to enjoy playing. I was just getting
Oh
started.
my god. So if I go further into the dungeon, I'm going to lose this Fang Guang spot, so they're not going to spawn anymore. So I need to just do this here.
Shall we?
I will say, this is about 5 times faster than doing this in the other. What the heck, dude? What?
Ringo,
I'm getting bullied.
enemy. Incoming.
Oh man, did I make them go extinct? It's not an actual mechanic, but maybe. Maybe that's what I've done. Or spawn. Nope. I'm off them.
Phew. Enemy. Careful. Now we can relax.
All right, let's spice things up. Whoever brings them down, whoever
Here's some punishment. Too late for revenge.
I'm out of
Thank you. Alright. So that was not great, but again, that was probably 5 or 6 times faster than trying to get them in the other area. Just because they're much rarer then. Yeah, so being ahead on EXP, again, I explained that's not a bad thing, but in this particular instance, it kind of is. Because the level ups that I need for this next dungeon coming up are a little tight. Oh, I guess more do spawn over here. They're a little tight in the sense that, like, I need to leave as soon as I hit level 21. And I need to ideally get some drops before I get to that point. Or else I have to do a good bit of backtracking. So now I need to just get really lucky with the next set of drops that I need. But it's fine. It's fine.
Look out.
We've got time.
Incoming. Now we can relax.
So here we're getting Assassin's Eye, and Assassin's Eye is the saving grace of this run. It can do some really, really, really silly things. Basically what Assassin's Eye says is when you kill an enemy with a Sabbath, you have a chance to get increased drops. And the game doesn't really put a cap on that, which is really funny. You can kill an enemy later on, or at any time, really. Like, you can kill one of the enemy in the encounter, and it can drop up to 5 times the amount of drops it normally would.
Incoming.
Like, if I kill if I were to kill a Feng Huang, a single Feng Huang with Assassin's Eye, that it could drop up to 5 tail feathers at a time. Which is really, really, really silly.
Now we can relax. Lucky us.
Alright, so that's our small little detour into the Soul Matrix. Normally, that detour would be to get Assassin Step, which is what the ability was before that made you run faster. So it was, you know, huge to get that as soon as possible. But now that we don't need Assassin Step anymore, we can get Assassin's Eye earlier, and we can get Fire Stack earlier, which means Milady does more stack when she hits with fire.
Let's do this.
Alright, so now we're going to be heading into the next dungeon. The first thing we need to do in here is find some Inugamis, our long dog boys. And unfortunately, unlike Nocturne, where he's our best friend and man's best friend, we kind of need to slaughter him impartially. Because we need his drops.
Enemy.
They added the update to the game in October. Late October.
What's that do?
Here goes.
Alright, so there's the Inugami. There's also a bunch of Pyro Jacks here, so get your Heatos.
Down gets drinks on me. Whoever brings them down gets drinks on me.
So I'm going to specifically try to kill this Inugami with a stack. So that I have a better chance of having Assassin's Eye proc here.
Gotcha.
So, like, I could easily have ended this fight quicker, but I wanted to get that because, yep, there we go. So right there, Assassin's Eye proc. I killed one Inugami and I got 2 Beast Talons for it. And that's part of why you want to have Assassin's Eye. And now that I've killed the Inugami and I still need more drops from it, I can put on that search marker. So now I know to only take encounters with Inugamis instead of searching around in the dark blindly looking for him.
Careful.
So you can see it's got that target mark, so I know there's an Inugami here.
Go time.
And there he is, our long dog boys.
Careful what you choose, Arrow. Good idea.
That's time
Okay.
to kick it off.
Too late for regrets now.
Alright, they both died to a stack, so that's very good. And now we just finish up this Kurama. And yes, we got the Beast Talent, dude. Excellent. So I need 3 Unigama Talons, and that's exactly how many I've gotten. Keep in mind, again, we killed 3 Unigamis total, we got 3 Talons total, but we only did 2 encounters to get all of that. And that's completely thanks to Assassin's Eye.
Get ready.
Pixie is not good here, so we're gonna put on Queen Long.
Now we can relax.
The Owls of VTuber. I mean, PNG Tuber, it could be. It could be. I can understand. I can understand that. But no, that is not me up there. Not me in the corner, in the spotlight, losing my religion. Promise you. Dang it, milady. So the reason to get those Inugami calls earlier is because now I can farm these mobs here that are a lot stronger, and as a result, they give me a lot more experience. Oh my god, milady, stop! She's gonna get me killed! She didn't get me killed! Oh my lord.
Come on back.
Man, I needed that side though.
I
Okay,
know.
let's finish this. Ooh, that's
probably-
Here's some good night. Too late for regrets now.
No rest for the wicked.
This has been a fight, for sure. I don't think I've ever seen a fight go that poorly.
I'd say see you in hell, but I got places to be.
Alright, so there I hit level 21. And that's really important because now I can fuse our boy Kurama Tengu.
Let's take it.
And Kurama Tengu is probably one of the most important demons in the entire game for this route. He learns Sanma. And Zahn is really, really, really strong in this game.
Strikes now. Make your choice. What use
Como.
shall they? Are you prepared for this? Now, make your choice.
We had a much cheaper fusion for him before, but then the new patch updated and ruined the fusion route for fusing Kurama here. So now we have to spend a lot more money to fuse Kurama, which kind of sucks because, again, he was a huge important piece of the route. So we have to spend a lot more money to make him now. But it was kind of balanced by the fact that they reduced compendium prices. So it's not it's not that bad. It wasn't completely route-breaking. But as you saw there, I had to fuse a Jack Frost and a Bicorn independently. Normally, so there were 2 extra fusions there. Normally, I would just go straight into fusing Kurama with the old route, but we couldn't do that anymore. So I need to make sure I'm putting using Kurama here because I need him to level up for the next boss. I cannot beat the next boss if I don't get Zanma. Like, she's just too strong.
Enemy. Careful.
Also, I'm going to put a marker on Shisha here. Shishas are really high experience, really easy to kill. We have plenty of Agi damage. And we also need Divine Main Drops. Again, you can see Assassin's Eye activating there. I killed 3 Shisas and got 5 Divine Mains, which is more than enough Divine Mains for everything I need, so that's cool. But, I mean, that's just Assassin's Eye. It's really dumb. And it's pretty clear why we want to get that as soon as possible. Ow. Alright, so there's level 22. That's the level we're trying to get to here. But we still need to get Kurama to level...
Get ready.
You know what? I'm actually not going to take that encounter.
Now we can
So part of running this game and a lot of the knowledge level to it is knowing where mobs spawn and where to grind for EXP. And also how to respawn mobs is very important. Like, there's a lot of things going on in the background of my head while I'm doing this run. Of like, hey, how do I get the most EXP? How do I get mobs to respawn? Where are the triggers on the floor that cause mobs to spawn? And how do I pass them as efficiently as possible?
Hope this works. Hope this works.
Let's go. Go time.
Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of Zeo damage for this encounter, but we didn't really need that much. Alright, so there's Kurama at level 22 to get Zanma. So now we can just head on out. We're going to head back into the Access. We don't need to heal because we didn't really use too many of our resources. And since we're just doing a Soul Matrix here, EXP doesn't matter. The bosses in the Soul Matrix really don't give enough EXP to try to boost with food.
Let's take it. Look out.
So we're just gonna casually run through size of Soul Matrix here. Again, we're gonna go to the 2nd level and about halfway through, because that's where our soul level can unlock a gate for us.
That was close.
In terms of like learning this game and running this game, I've made maps for every single one of these Soul Matrixes and every single area in the game, rather, with all the drops and everything. So there's definitely resources out there to help learn this game. But like I said, there's a lot going on in the background that you don't really get to see that I was talking about earlier with like how to spawn mobs, where mobs spawn, how to grind efficiently and handle the fights. What all the demons are weak to is just like, it's something I've got in my notes, but at this point I've just memorized the weaknesses.
Enemy incoming.
And then on top of that as well, it's also a speedrun, so like, you've got to pay attention to doing your movement optimally, cutting corners, going actually fast instead of taking wide turns and such. Which, admittedly, up until this point, before I started talking about it, I wasn't really focused on because, you know, there's just a billion other things to focus on. You need a boo-boo. There you go.
Now we can relax.
Yeah, the story in this game and the characters are probably one of the best SMT ones, especially the characters are the best of any SMT cast, for absolute certainty. Wow, Siza, you want to, like, not be last, my guy? So we can get that Darakaja a little earlier? Dang. So again, this is a Soul Matrix boss. He's very, very simple. He can be a little annoying with his next attack called Drunken Haze. It might put my entire party to sleep. Alright, Arrow lived, so we're fine.
Guess I'm out of their league.
But yeah, my favorite thing about this game is the cast and how they interact with each other during battles. Like, they're just so much fun in battles. Like, if you've got Saizo's turn and, like, he's low HP and you go to do an attacking skill, Lady will just be like, you want to die, Saizo? Because she's like, and she says it so aggressively, it's like, if you're not going to heal yourself, I am going to kill you before the enemy does. It's just, it's fantastic. It's just such good interaction between your characters. And again, there's so many voice lines in the game that even casually, you don't get tired of them. And you won't hear them.
Now we can relax. Look out.
And part of the reason you won't hear them all is because a lot of them are like, for as many, like, as many voice lines as there are, there's even more voice lines. There's like 3 voice lines per character for having a status. Like, you'll be able to hear 3 unique voice lines from the character themselves when you target them with like a healing item, and then you'll also be able to hear how the characters are interacting with that status character when you go to heal them. It's insane how much polish and voice work there is for this game. Also, we're not going to talk about me going the wrong way there. I mean, SMT5 wasn't a school setting. Imagine if you had to hear all of them for an achievement. Yeah, imagine being Persona Q2, right? Or Persona... Oh, no, that's Persona 4 Golden, right? Where you have to hear, like, 500 different navigator lines.
That was close. There's one.
So that Leanne I just got there for, like, the most of my MP... That's like an 80,000k fusion, or like an 80k fusion that I just don't have to do because I can recruit. Unlike a lot of games, you don't like talk to recruit in this game, so you only find there's basically only 1 recruit per dungeon, and you gotta know where those are and how to use them effectively. All right, Soul Hand to Ringo, NBC to Arrow.
Looks like it'll work.
Off to Roper Realm.
A great power may grace our. Which strike now? Make your choice.
And plus Poltergeist.
Skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this?
So we used that Leanne there. We're now going to refuse the Leanne
What skills shall
with Medial by Bufu, Taru, and Raku.
prepared for this?
So this is our second Leanne now. And we're going to use this Leanne to make a Pyro Jack.
What you use what skills shall they?
Are you allowed media? Blah blah blah.
Are you prepared for this?
And now we're gonna refuse our Nozochi,
Make your choice.
which is this.
What skills are you prepared for this?
And now we're gonna fuse another land.
Make your
This run really likes land.
What skills shall they inherit?
She's a very, very strong demon. So basically what we just did there is we passed Rakukaja and Tarukaja and Media around to, like, the bulk of our party. We're gonna actually go to the store here to pick up some status cure items.
Will this make the buds? Will this do it make the buds? I'd love to see you again.
The shop theme is also a complete bop. I'm really... I apologize a lot because we're not gonna get to hear a lot of it. That was pretty much the last time we're gonna even go to that store, so I do apologize that we don't get the bop 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 bop. Drink some more cider. And now we're gonna go fight Ash. Ash is Saizo's ex-girlfriend. I say ex because, you know, usually couples don't stay together after one shoots the other in the face. But, I mean, Saizo likes to break stereotypes. So, he forgives Ash for, you know, shooting him in the face. Because, you know, we resurrected him. He's fine. Never happened. This fight is another example where we're going to use some of the boss's mechanics against them. We're actually going to only hit Ash once with Zanma here, even though we have 2 turns. Because if I over-damage Ash here, she's going to go into her next phase and bully me. And I really would rather to have a extra setup turn than get bullied. So, rather than phasing her too quickly, we're just going to kill the ad and then take all of next turn to continue setting up. So this fight is unique in the sense that you don't actually need to win it. All you need to do is get Ash to critical HP. This is the only fight in the game where you actually only need to deal a threshold of damage rather than kill the boss. If we had to kill Ash here, this fight wouldn't be really any harder, which is nice. She's not very hard, and since we actually have Zanma and a bunch of tier 2 spells, we kind of get through her HP pool really quickly, and we're able to keep these ads tagged because they're all weak to ice. We get the bop though. We should be dead here though. There we go. So that was a good fight. So here we have a huge maze coming up, probably the most maze-like maze in the entire game that's not a teleport maze. And basically the whole gimmick is there's going to be doors that we go through that closed off behind us and open up another pathway. And it's really, really easy to get lost in this place casually and not know where to go, but since I've got the map memorized, we should be fine. And yeah, the boss fights in this game are so good. Again, because there's so much unique dialogue in the game, all of the characters are, like, interacting with the boss as you fight them. Like, during that fight, like, Saizo is screaming Ash, when he does things and when he does attacks, and like Ash is screaming back. Like they're interacting throughout the battle, and that's just really cool. I think my favorite example of that is when we're fighting the final boss. The character in the final phase of the final boss, the characters are legit thanking the boss for all that the boss has done. Because the final boss is Fig. Spoilers. But like Fig's your navigator throughout the game, and she ends up betraying you and tries to destroy the world. But like the final phase, the character's just like, thanks for everything, Fig, because it's just like you're literally fighting her to the death over your beliefs. And like it's just really cool to listen to that in the context of what's going on. So here we're going to be looking for a Sudama or a Kodama. I don't remember. We're going to be looking for one of the Damas because they drop a G-Ray crest, which I need to unlock a really strong ability. All right, there they are.
It's probably fine.
You know what to do.
Gonna go with that size up.
What's the rope?
How about teach you shame?
Lowest
Yeah.
kill streak by
From hell, Ringo.
Now, Ringo.
Again, I want them to die to the stack damage so I have a chance to get a better drop. All right, so we got the G-Ray crest there. We only need one of those. That's fine. Unfortunately, we did not hit level 24 off that encounter. We typically don't. So we do need to take another encounter here to hit level 24 before the next boss. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
I don't recognize this one.
Good idea. Let's show them a good trick.
Whoever
Let's
brings
roll.
them down
That's
gets
good.
Shredder, right on target.
Let me see.
Careful.
This, I guess.
Here I come.
Think you sure, Melody?
Out of my way.
All right, good enough.
You know
Got
what to
it.
do.
Not optimal.
Wait, no, that heals it.
Just
Up,
getting
Melody.
started.
Unlucky?
Now,
Let's go with that.
time for
Open door.
punishment.
What's
Yeah,
that plan?
it's Shredder, right on target. Out of my way.
I can fight like that all day.
All right, there's level 24. Yeah, one of the chatters brings up a really good point. Ailments in this game are super fun to use because they basically took the dark element, like Mudu and Hama, and they removed them from the game. There's no light damage in this game. But instead, what they did for dark damage was they made all the ailment abilities deal weak damage, but they deal damage and have a chance to do a status, which is a really cool way of handling things. And I hope that makes a return because it's a really nice way to make status, like, actually super viable. The problem with status is if it misses, it does nothing, which means you basically just wasted your turn. But with this system, at least you're still hitting a weakness and doing damage, even if your status doesn't go off.
Enemy, get ready.
So while I'm doing this maze, I'm not only clearing the maze, but I'm also picking up a lot of items throughout the maze. There's items in here that are just like for hangout events. There's items, there's actually what I just picked up, the Frost Epitaphs. We're actually going to be using those on the final boss. And we get them this early in the run. So we're gonna get this warp point. The dungeon, the boss is right beyond that door, but we're gonna head over here to pick up an item real quick. They're like pseudo bead chains, so they're really good, and they can bail you out of a pretty rough situation if you find yourself in one.
A great power may grace our which strike. Now, make your choice.
Archangel, yeah, plus Jack Frost,
What skills shall
Udira, Media, Tarukaja, Rakaja.
prepared for this? Now, make your choice.
This Take plus Wing.
What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this?
Alright. How are my augments looking? Ooh, we got 2 of those. That's nice. And we got Fire Boost 2. That's huge. Fire Boost 2 is one of the augments we really want to see in the run. So it's really, really cool that we got that for free. Go hand here. Footscape to Sizo.
That's the ticket.
And you have a safety harness. Math.
What'll it be this time?
So here we're going to learn a skill called Auto Repair. What that means is Ringo can randomly activate that in battle now, and what it does is essentially it means that we can... Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'll explain that when I get back. Because we have to do some drinking here to do a side quest quick. So I'm going to use this opportunity to use the bathroom. Run over here, talk to this girl. And there's a bunch of hangout events here to do, so we're going to use the bathroom. Where are we? So yeah, anyways, what Auto Repair does is Ringo has a chance to activate it in battle, and it will automatically start healing our HP after we take an action. Which, if it basically just means you don't have to heal in a fight for a while, so you can start using damage with Sizo or keep your buffs up better.
Shall we?
So this boss is not too hard. He's definitely just a damage sponge, unfortunately. But unfortunately for him, we have a bunch of damage. He's basically just going to cast a bunch of fire spells. Unfortunately, Milady is weak to fire for this fight, but that's why we gave her the best armor we have, is to try and keep her alive so she can actually do damage here. Alright, he uses Makajamon, which he just did there. He only uses that once, and what's really nice is it only muted one person. That can mute your entire party, and you have to spend a lot of time kind of recovering from that. He used Concentrate here, so we're going to guard with Milady so she doesn't die. Alright, yeah, that would have killed her for absolute certainty, so definitely the right play there.
What's our opening? See that? Like this, are you?
But yeah, this game has no downtime, so finding times to use the bathroom efficiently, you really just gotta take whatever you can get and whatever you know you can do while AFK with a wireless controller. Alright, so this fight's essentially over. We should win this turn. This fight was actually really good. No deaths. No, Milady! No, Milady, that mattered! Oh, man! Aww. I spoke too soon. A small taste of what missing can do in your run.
Any medicine?
So we've got one more fight in here to do for a boss fight. This fight's actually just straight up a victory lap.
Enemy! Careful.
Also, did I was complete. Okay, I did. I was completely on autopilot when I was doing that maze, so I wanted to make sure I got all the money items that I need. It's kind of a mix of both, Rachel. It's got a lot of classic SMT elements, but the actual combat is more closer to Persona. Because you can, like, switch around your demons in battle. Your characters are your characters, and equipping your personas instead of summoning demons, or equipping your demons instead of summoning demons to fight alongside you, kind of deal. You're more like channeling them. So this fight, you just need to survive 5 turns, I believe. So we're just gonna keep healed up and keep guarded up. You can't actually do damage to this boss, so we're just gonna kind of chill and let him do his thing for a little while.
You know what to do. Whatever it takes. Bring it on.
They're strong. Go strong. Be on your guard.
I'll endure. Bring it on.
That's...
There's gotta be some
it on.
fight. We might be in trouble.
Protect yourself.
What do you
Let's go
think?
with that.
This is nothing. Good to go now.
I'll deal with it. Saw that coming.
So you only need one person to survive that fight, but it's just nice to have everybody survive it. Or brain dead. Yeah. So it's not post-apocalypse. It's definitely a darker setting than you'll see in Persona for sure. But it's not post-apocalypse. The whole gimmick is humanity has become so technologically advanced that it's just stagnated.
Great power may grace us.
And nobody has like motivation to do anything. And there's 2 groups of demon summoners vying for control over these things called covenants in order to fix the world in the way they want to. And we don't really want that to happen. It's bad. Sizo. No, it's not really an alternate reality. Just being very careful with all these decisions here. So here we're going to do some more hangouts. So here we're going to learn optimized processing, recursive processing. Recursive processing is probably one of the strongest abilities in the entire game. Basically, when it activates, Ringo just gets a second turn. And sometimes that's useless and actually harmful. Other times, it is just disgustingly broken and so super strong. And there's really no in-between. It's either useless or it's really strong. Here we're gonna go into the longest dungeon in the game, Ozaki Towers. This dungeon is basically split into two halves. For me, mentally, there's the first half and the second half.
Now we can relax.
And there's a lot of side stuff we do, and a lot of fights in this area.
Brace yourself. Incoming.
Something this game really doesn't have a lot of is forced encounters, but the encounters that are forced are basically all inside of this single area. This dungeon is a bunch of key collecting in various floors of the dungeon, as well as unlocking elevators and doors. This dungeon is a very Soul Hackers 1-esque, but it's not first-person exploration.
Enemy.
And for those who are up on your meme culture, this is also Mothman Tower. This is Mothman Central. Arrow needs to go. There we go. And take your.
Let's get it done.
And unlike
Enemy.
unlike in SMT5, Mothman in this game is a complete gentleman. He's got a very, very nice accent. He's very British. He's very proper. And he's also a complete scumbag who steals half of your MP.
I'm not your big
Oh, yeah, you anymore. But yeah, the whole gimmick here is like Mothman ambushes you and sucks away half of your MP
Careful.
at the start of each one of these forced encounters. And that is extremely rude of him to do. But he does it while sounding so polite, so we forgive him.
Look out. Careful.
We forgive and forget. Except for we don't. And we take it out on him later. Because he's also, in the first half of this dungeon, the highest EXP mob you can find.
Yes.
And also the easiest to kill. So we take it out on him by grinding off of him. This is not a Mothman friendly run. We will decimate the population.
Careful.
The way the game compensates for draining all your MP is all the forced encounters have a fixed drop of a magical bottle after the combat. And what a magical bottle does is it basically restores like 80 MP to everybody. So like they give you your MP back, but I mean it's just really rude they take it from you in the first place.
Enemy. Careful. Now we can relax. Careful.
So coming up, we have a very, very dangerous encounter with 4 principalities. This encounter is rough.
Careful.
So hopefully we don't see a lot of blast arrow.
You know what?
You see how like fancy he sounds though? What a lad! What an absolute lad!
You know it's promised.
That's right. As long as we work together.
All right, only 1 blast arrow.
What are you thinking? Let's roll. Accessing now. Right there. Done.
Let's go.
Go, Arrow.
Twice.
Here I come.
Let's stay cautious.
Good blast arrow, good.
Taking a gamble.
Wait, they know that.
What do you think?
Right away. See that tail?
Not still with me?
Out of my way.
All right.
All right, we're getting really lucky in not seeing a bunch of blast arrow here, so this fight's going really well. Alright, so here Ringo just gets an extra turn, so we just do a ton more damage. So that's really cool. And then the fight's over.
Stop me.
So that was a case of why you want to get recursive processing is it ended that fight an entire turn early because I was able to just finish off the fight with that extra turn. So now that we're like firmly out of MP, we're going to come back and heal.
Get ready.
Gonna head up to the 3rd floor.
That was close.
And we're gonna put on, you still have Fufu, you have Fufu, you have Fufu. Okay, we're good.
Look incoming.
So the general strat for the run is Arrow, Ringo, and Milady are your damage, with Ringo and Milady being the top tier damages. The Arrow's just kind of there, unfortunately. He's not very good in terms of magic stat or strength stat throughout the run. He's got his moments for sure, but he's just not too impressive. And then Saizo, since he's got the most agility out of all the characters, generally he's always going to go first. So he's your buff and support. Yo, nice, nice another recursive processing there, which means I'm going to kill this fight a turn early, possibly. Nope, Milady missed. Never mind. So if Milady would have hit that, we might have killed this enemy this turn, or that turn. But unfortunately, she missed like she always does. So never lucky.
Over there. Enemy. Now we can relax.
Also, that's another great thing about this game is you get to hear your demons like interact with you in their voice lines when you take items from them.
Now we can relax. Look out! Get ready.
And also in terms of Mothman's weaknesses, he's weak to force. I don't know how he handles Elec off the top of my head, but I know he's weak to force. Mothman in this game is not necessarily an electric demon, but more of a dark demon. He loves spamming Poison Breath and Spirit Drain.
Get ready. Incoming. Now we can look out. Careful. That was close. Incoming.
Also, Fig just kind of popping off in the corner there. All these voice lines. This is kind of why people don't like Fig's as a navigator. She doesn't stop.
Now we can relax.
Alright, so we've reached the top. We're going to warp out and do some fusions and Soul Matrix stuff. Which that affects accuracy. I believe agility and luck do.
Now, make your choice.
Udama with Kurama. Searing up.
This demon be? What skills shall they
Bond,
inherit?
Brutal Poison.
Are you prepared for this?
Now we're going to refuse our Kurama. Where's my boy?
Now,
Oh,
make your choice.
there.
Now, make your choice.
Kurama with Jack Frost, Bicorn.
What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Until next time.
There's nothing about the game on Fig's voice lines. I mean, they are what you hear most of the game, unfortunately. Do I have a pixie right now? Yes. Alright, so we're going to be doing a lot of Soul Matrix here to get a bunch of skills, where we've gotten a lot of breakpoints in gates we can unlock, and there's a lot of really good items that we can find in the deeper Soul Matrixes at this point. So we're going to go and take some time to collect all of them. None of this is slow because we have to clear these Soul Matrixes anyways. So it doesn't really matter when you do them, which is really nice.
Enemy. Careful.
To be fair, Fig does have a lot of lines herself. She's got lines for, like, when you approach demons that have an item and a heal, a recruitment, all the different types she's got lines for. She's got lines for the strong enemies. I don't think she has lines for golden enemies. Which is a shame.
Smart choice.
Let's get it done.
Look out!
Are you still sitting on... No, you're sitting on Jack. I thought I was sitting on Fangwon. So again, we're doing these Soul Matrix bosses when we're super over-leveled. So they're really not much of a threat.
What do you think?
Let's go. How's this for you?
See that hammer?
I'm not your that one. I'll handle it. Teammates are
Melody, please. Actually, it's fine. Get it out of your system now so you're not doing it later.
Let's roll this up.
not you like how about here's some punishment. Let the rebels begin.
Oh, man.
I know
Want a piece?
Particularly on the next boss, if Melody misses near the end of the fight, you just end up dying. No, dude, stop!
I'd say see you in hell, but I got places to be.
Yeah, this is a spin-off SMT game. It's still an SMT game because it's using literally everything from SMT, but it is a spin-off. So here we're going to learn Assassin Steps. The only reason we're never going to use that ability, but we want what's behind it, because there's some really good skills behind it. Level 3 Soul Matrixes are your introduction to teleporter mazes. These ones are very forgiving and nice because all the teleporters are two-way. Once you reach the 4th floor of the Soul Matrix, though, all of them are one-way teleporters. So if you mess up, you're gonna have a bad day. But we're speedrunners, we know where to go, so we're not gonna have any trouble navigating. Casually, one-way teleporters are offset a little bit by the fact that you can save anywhere, so you can save before going into a teleporter. If you don't like where it takes you, you can just reload. But the 4th floor Soul Matrixes, for everyone except for arrows, are generally considered the most awful thing in terms of dungeon design in the game.
Relax.
So here we're going to pick up 2 abilities, Massacre and Fundraiser. Fundraiser says whenever you collect money from demons on the field map, because they can give you money on the field map, basically double the amount of money you're going to get from that demon, which is a lot of money, and that's going to fund a lot of our stuff for this next part, because we're going to be going through Sizo's Matrix and picking up basically 100k from a demon, and we only have like 150k to our names right now, so that's basically almost doubling our money. Without that skill, you only get 60k. And then the other ability says, when you finish a fight, gain additional money off your highest stat count from the fight. So it gives us even more money. So the 5th floor soul matrices are very, very, very mild. There's still some teleporters, but and they're one way, but it's nothing like the floor 4 ones.
Enemy.
Like it's not even close to the amount you see on the 4th floor. But one of the chatters brings up a good point. There are technically 5 levels to the Soul Matrix. I've said before, we only need to clear level 4 for the true ending. And that's because the 5th level is basically New Game Plus exclusive. The game gives you enough points if you do everything to get everybody's rank soul level to like 120, 130-ish. In order to get through the 5th soul level, you need 200 on each character. So, New Game Plusing essentially doubles the amount of soul level points you get throughout the entire game. So, getting 200 is as easy as hitting 100, but you know, it's still a lot. That was also a small mistake. I was supposed to just warp out. I was supposed to go back to the 2nd floor here. We're going to pick up another recruit to save us some money here. We're going to be picking up an Andres. Andres is really important because he comes with Zanma. And this next grind we're going to be doing, we have to do with Zan. So having an extra source of Zanma is very nice. That's also why we refused the Karama in the before coming in here, is not only do we need him for a later fusion, but he also gets Zanma too. And again, we're fighting a bunch of Force Weak enemies soon, so we want as much Zanma as we can get.
That was close.
That we'll be using in a fusion later. Additionally. So. Alright, so we've gone through Milady's 3rd floor soul matrix, basically all the way to the end. We have the teleporter there, so we can just warp back when we want to actually clear that boss. When we're a heck of a lot stronger than we are now.
Enemy.
So we're just gonna head through Saizo's 2nd floor here, and then also through his 3rd floor.
Now we can relax.
And again, none of this is slow. We have to clear all of this anyways. If you were doing an any % run, you would probably not do any of this. There's really not a whole lot of reason to. You can probably get by without all the stuff.
Now we can Ringo.
You would just be a little bit slower for doing so, but overall you'd be faster because you're not doing all of this movement and extra boss fights and stuff. We picked up a Soma right there. That Soma is like an absolute safety strat that I really want to cut out of the run, but I had one time where it literally made the difference between life or death on a fight, so I can't in good consciousness cut it out of the route, knowing that it single-handedly saved me from losing.
Might work.
Jack Brothers.
You know the drill.
Sure, Saizo?
Better boy Jack Frost, and we better boy Pyro Jack. The gimmick here is they summon a bunch of ads that will block their weaknesses, but the ads don't block their own weaknesses, so you can just Sabbath off the ads. And that's basically how we're going to finish up the fight at this point. Is like, we killed that guy, we further weaken these two.
Don't miss. Let's finish this.
And then the Sabbath finishes off the bosses. Again, we're doing these way faster than normal. Also, beer. We learn slow-mo here. No, the audio didn't die. There's just no music there, and I went to go use the bathroom. Again, there's no breaks in this run, so timing when you can do things is very important. That was the wrong way as well. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't.
Enemy! Get ready! That was close. Incoming!
So here we have another teleporter maze that's just basically pick right or left.
Relax. Enemy! Enemy! Get ready!
Somebody posted a question right before I left, and unfortunately I didn't get to read it.
Close.
Well then.
Scroll up. Because my scroll wheel affects the camera.
Careful. Phew. Incoming!
Also, my toilet messed up, so I'm gonna have to
Look out!
BRB to fix that, actually. No, you don't need to play the first Still Hackers to enjoy this game. Okay, so what was that question? The training's possible. You don't necessarily need to use a guide casually. Because as long as you're keeping everybody equal and you're not really favoriting one, you should have enough points if you're clearing, like, the majority of the content in the game. Alright, so I actually need to be right here.
Now we can relax. Enemy!
Okay.
Incoming! Now we can relax. Incoming! Phew. Careful. Now we can relax. Careful.
Why are you right there, you
Now we can
jerk?
relax.
Alright, so I'm going to give a bit of a warning. There's a bunch of teleporters coming up in very quick succession, and it's going to cause the screen to flash white a bunch, so...
Look out! Get ready.
So, flashing lights warning, essentially. Am I going the right way? No, I messed up.
Phew. Enemy!
Where even?
Now we can relax.
No, it is
Enemy.
left. Okay.
Now we can relax.
Left, left, right. I'm very mixed up right.
Careful.
Wait, no,
Now
it
we
is
can
over there.
relax. Major threat.
Gameplay bad. Oh, no, wait, no. Okay, I know. I got very confused. Fell out of my muscle memory there.
That was close.
There we go.
Enemy! Incoming! Now we can relax.
Alright, so here come the flashing lights.
Phew. Enemy!
Alright, done with the flashing lights. There's still going to be a few more, but nothing in, like, rapid succession.
Talk to them. Careful. That was close. Look out! Now we can relax. Look!
Okay, that's done. So now we can go grind. This is where we're going to be grinding on the Mothman. So if you are a Mothman sympathizer, now is the time to look away. Because we are going to bully them very completely.
Nice.
I trust your decision. Go time.
Unfortunately, before we fight the Mothmans, though, we need to get some snake tongues from Lamias,
Careful.
which are down here on this first floor. They're very, very common down here, so it shouldn't be too hard to get them.
Might work. I'm going to enjoy. Here I come. How about that?
Dang it, Melody. And we need 3 of these, I believe.
Let's roll. Ringo. Fight like that.
Alright, we just got 3 of them. Cool.
Enemy!
Thanks, Assassin's Eye. Again, we killed 2 mobs and got 3 drops. Too worth it.
Go ahead, Ringo.
It is also worth noting Mothman are very scary. They do a lot of damage with poison breath, and they like to spam it. Like that. This is not ideal. Auto repair is very helpful, though.
Looks like you.
I also have no revival beads, which is not ideal either. No! Okay, that was another person I thought it was.
Nothing I can't handle.
So we need 6 Wilder antennas from Mothman. We just got 1. This grind is long enough that I've never failed getting all of them. So we should be fine.
Are you hurt? Incoming!
But we're going to do the same. We're going to mark the Mothman now so I know where the Mothman are. And we can hunt them down. We're also going to go a little bit out of our way here while we're looking to spawn mobs, because there's an item in this room over here that is basically a effective grimoire from SMT5. It basically grants a demon a level up, and that's going to be very, very big in getting set up for the boss after the next one.
Enemy! Incoming! Now we can relax. Enemy!
So again, throughout this grind, you'll see me running around and like turning around at seemingly random spots. What I'm doing is I'm passing trigger points on the ground that I know spawn enemies, and if the enemy didn't spawn, then I'm gonna leave and go try a different trigger point. Alright, there's 3 more welder antennas. We now are at 4 out of 6 of those. And we've already done 2 fights.
Let's negotiate. Look out! Get ready.
Shall we?
Alright, so this fight here is extremely dangerous. So we're gonna opt to use... No! Arrow! Stack optimization. I really needed to hit that stack optimization here. We could just die. Okay, we got extremely lucky. Ow.
Bring it on.
No feathers or antennas, but we didn't die, so that's more important. So the antennas are for the meta abilities. I don't remember off the top of my head which one specifically, but we're going to be going to the Compsmith pretty soon here and learning a bunch of meta abilities to make ourselves stronger. Oh my god, why? Alright, Arrow. I need you to not miss this time. Please and thank you. Thank you. Alright, they all live. Crap. Spirit Drain is bad. Poison Breath bad. Poison Breath bad. Diunga's fine. Oops. Nice dodge.
I'd say that wasn't half bad.
Melee spells are good.
Any medicine?
So that fight in particular is really good and bad to see. Because, as you can tell, it's a really dangerous encounter, but it's also the highest EXP encounter in here. So it's definitely a double-edged sword if you see it.
Let's get this party started.
Or, you know, see it 3 times in a row. That's cool too, thanks. No! Oh my god. I keep missing one of the really pivotal attacks to make this go well, and it's just awful.
Don't die on me, Saizo.
I do not have...
That's gonna get you killed, Saizo.
Don't die on me, Saizo.
Oh, this is not good.
This isn't
Some bad takeouts?
easy.
Pleasure is mine.
Boosting physical
You
parameters.
need some medicine, Ringo.
You saved me.
That's not worth the trouble.
Go for it,
Okay,
Millie.
whatever. You're dead.
Sorry.
Okay, auto repair is huge. Auto repair is absolutely massive in keeping me alive here.
Don't be reckless, Saizo.
Alright, we lived. Somehow. I don't know how, but we did.
You okay?
Also, unfortunately for me, I didn't get all the Wilder antennas yet. Gotten very unlucky with that I didn't get any from the past 2 fights.
Look out! Incoming! Now we can relax.
Shall we?
Let's do it, Saizo.
Alright, back down to a bit of an easier encounter. Thank God.
Go ahead, me. Go ahead, me.
That's it, Millie. Leave it to me.
See that terror?
Good idea.
How about this?
Not bad.
Take this.
Yes, I'm out of their league.
Okay, I need one more encounter. Because I didn't level there. Which is kind of not good. I think I need to use my other magical bottle here. Which is fine. I don't really have a scripted place to use that, so using it here is fine. Just double checking. I have 5 antennas. I need one more. Dang it.
Look out!
I need one more, and this is the last fight I can get it from, so here's hoping.
Go till you need me.
I'm going to enjoy. Looks good idea. Accessing. Good idea. Good idea.
That should be.
You don't like that one? I'll rip you. You're dead.
Out of my way.
Not bad.
Ow.
Time to kick it off. In my sight.
Arrow. If you don't want to die,
I got this. There it is.
Let's roll.
now
I got
bingo.
you, Millie.
See that? Do it.
Alright, come on, Dragon's Eye. Or Assassin's Eye. Alright, we got the 2 antennas.
You
Almost was made a liar of myself.
A great power may grace. Now, make your choice.
But yeah, that's part of what's really fun about this run is these fights are not safe. They are just really, really not safe.
Are you prepared for
So even just grinding can be a really adventurous time if you get unlucky.
your choice?
Archangel plus quick long,
What skills shall they
blood, arm, Arcaja, Rocket Mosquito.
prepared for this? Now,
Principality with Andres Kodama,
what skills shall they inherit?
Sanma, Media Blast Arrow, Tarunda,
Are you prepared for this? Now, make
Kodama, Brahma plus Sirnop,
what use could this? What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Now,
Satania.
what skills shall they inherit?
So Satania here is our ticket to greatness.
Are you prepared for this?
He's going to be very huge because he gets us a skill called Meat Bullet. And Meat Bullet is what we use to invalidate the entire game. You put on you for now. So before we fight the next boss, we have a little bit more of the access to do. We need to go back into Milady's Soul Matrix to pick up a recruit that we couldn't earlier because we were too low level. Thankfully, he is just right at the start for us, though. Getting recruits and routing them is very worth the time because some of these recruits save you anywhere from like 50 to 100k. To recruit rather than try to fuse. Like, even though I just paid 20,000 yen for that Ippon Dartara, if I tried to fuse him, it would probably cost me around 50k. So it's extremely worth it. So here we're going back into Arrow's Soul Matrix 1. I mentioned at the very start of the run we were going to need to grind McCoy's later on, and now is the time we do that. Unfortunately, since I didn't kill one then, I don't have target seeking for them yet. So taking these encounters is just get lucky and try to find them until I find one, like I just did.
Wow. Over already?
And I'm looking for Night Demon Skin drops, and I just got one of them, so that's always good.
Now we can relax. Enemy.
I'm looking for one more of those. I'm also going to
With this power, this ought to
put
turn
that.
I feel like a new man.
Incoming.
Swap around my augments a little bit there so that when I find McCoys, I'm able to one-shot them with Mazan.
Look out. Incoming.
Where the McCoys at, my guy?
Enemy.
There's some. Alright, let's hope we get the drop.
Okay. We wrap this up.
Take him down.
We wrap this up.
Dance. Easy win.
We did not. That is unfortunate.
Enemy. Now we can relax.
Got it. Guess I'm out of there.
Alright, there we go. We got 2 wicked, Night Demon skins. Now you take Principality, you take Mithras, you take Taurus, and you take Jack. So,
Here goes.
eh.
Look out. Careful.
So now we're gonna finally stop neglecting Arrow for a little bit and go deeper into his Soul Matrix. Arrow's Soul Matrix is probably the least lucrative of all the Soul Matrixes, so we kind of like the skills he gets are bad, and the ones that are good are way too late. And the items you pick up from the Soul Matrixes are just not good. So we kind of neglect him for the majority of the run, and then pump him really hard with a bunch of soul level right at the end.
Close. Look out. Careful. Incoming. Let's take it.
So long.
Look out. Get ready. Enemy. Now we can relax. Enemy. Get ready.
Fortunately, we don't have to go too far in this Soul Matrix, though. We are going to pick up another Leanne recruit, because she's really cheap here.
Now we can.
Like, just giving her MP I don't need to save 45k on refusing her. Like, yeah, sure.
Look out. Incoming.
And then down here, we're just going to get this item and warp out.
Now we can relax.
Head to the Comsmith here.
How's your comp today?
And we're going to get some of those meta upgrades, damage condenser, turn extension, luck affinity, his boost, fire boost, and fizz booster. So support affinity.
I better see you back here.
Go.
Looks promising.
And this should be all set up then. So this right here is the last, like, really hard boss that we're going to be having to do with just magic and, like, really worry about the boss's mechanics instead of just, you know, invalidating it. And what's unfortunate about this fight is it is a very difficult fight. And if you do miss too much, you're going to be in for a really, really, really bad time at the end of the fight. I forgot to pick up revival beads. That's not good. Alright, well, just don't die. Easy enough, right? Just don't die.
Time to bust out the
Alright.
So we're going to immediately start with a stack optimizer to help kill this Pazuzu. You do not want this Pazuzu alive on turn 2 of this fight, because it heavily will damage you.
initiating sync.
It's turn extension.
Let's spice this up. What's our opening?
So what turn extension does is it means my buffs last. Like the duration of my buffs gets completely refreshed, and that's really strong. Because it just means I don't have to worry about buffing for another 3 turns.
I know.
Goes. I'll play it safe. Go.
What do you that'll work?
Go for the weak spot.
Good hit.
Gotta get through. Silence is snowfall.
Let's
See that
finish
how
this. You don't have to tell me. Out of my head. Rest already. Out of my head. Do it. Saizo, snap out of it.
Not optimal. What do you that'll work?
So right there, I used Miragi on Saizo to break down the
Careful now.
Actually poisoned me. We've got an edge.
You wanna take some of
the Makarikar in that act set up so that I could actually do damage to her. This is actually getting terrifying. Oh, that's huge though. Oh, that's so big. Again, a case where auto repair is saving the day here for sure. Mulaney still might just be dead though. Probably is. It's actually really bad.
We're taking you. All right, this ought to shredder. Are you shaking, Arrow?
Wait, no, I can do this and... Oh wait, no, I already have Recharm on. Okay.
You ought to take something for that.
Getting hot, Rasta.
The extra sir to win here. Oh, that was a close fight. That was a really, really close fight. That was super scary. But we're through it and we're on with our lives.
Let's take it.
So long.
If Milady had missed there at the end, I would have just game overed. Is basically how that fight was. Not having revival beads didn't really matter, but it meant like, no, just if I hadn't won that turn, I would have game overed. Is basically what happens if I hadn't won that turn.
Look out!
But as I was saying, that is the last fight. That is scary. Everything else from here on out is pretty free. Yeah. So how does Meat Bolt invalidate the game? I'm going to let the game speak for itself on that, because it's not something I want to explain. It's something I can just show when we get there. So here I need drops from Nekomatas and Orvis. Unfortunately, these two are some of the lower end mobs for this part of the dungeon, but the rewards from doing it are just so worth it.
Be grateful for this.
Let's tear it apart.
Please treat this well.
Any medicine?
goes.
So this right here is the best encounter you can see because I need it's both Orbis and
Here I come. That one.
Nekomatas. And you kill all with the stack. We get 2 Sinful Hooves. So we got all the Sinful Hooves we need. We only needed 2 of those. We need 3 Beast Balls though. So unfortunately, we need to still fight some Nekomatas here because we didn't get any on the first encounter.
Look out! Careful. Now
But we got all the Orbis drops we needed, and that's important too.
enemy.
The Orbis drops are actually a very, very recent addition to the route. Like literally the run before this in practice, I realized, hey, this might be really good. And it turned out it was. So one of the annoying things about this game is if there's a locked door coming up, you kind of need to trigger the locked door and talk to it to know it's a locked door before you can search for the key, which is really annoying. So that's why I had to go down to the first floor there. There's also a warp down there, so you would not go down there anyways, but you would get the warp and then leave.
Enemy.
Next we're gonna go through probably what people's least favorite parts of the game is, and that's going through the vents. People really dislike that. It's kind of really boring, unfortunately. But it's not as bad in a speedrun setting, because if you know what you're doing, you can actually get through them pretty quickly.
I'm going to enjoy playing with
Because the way they work is, it feels like encounters are random. Wow, we didn't get any Nekomata paws. That sucks. We still have a chance to encounter them in the vents.
Enemy.
But the events are actually, the encounters in here are fixed on, floor triggers, rather than being like a random step counter. So if you know the correct way through the vents and you're not doing any explorations, you can get through these vents with minimal attacks from enemies.
Look out!
What the encounter actually is, though, is random. So, like, this isn't always just a solo Hellbiker, you know? Solo Hellbiker is probably what you don't want to see in here. We're fighting him because I do need the EXP. So,
Find it, come on!
Here I come.
Out of my way.
Over already?
yeah, the vents are not step counters, like the game would make you think they are. You'll see later we'll trigger Ringo, like, her warning, and then we won't get an encounter for, like, double the amount of steps we've taken.
Look out!
Like, this vent's always 2 encounters. The next vent is always 1 encounter.
I'm going to enjoy playing with
Boosting physical parameters. Yeah. Go ahead.
For Orbis, even though I don't need their drops. Really sad we didn't see any Nekomatas here. That means I'm gonna have to go out of my way to find some.
not bring it on.
Out of my way. Wow. Over already?
But, it is what it is. So one of the annoying things about vents is they reset your dash, so I have to re-menu to put on my dash here. Kind of silly, but it is what it is. So you can't find Nekomatas in the second vent, so I'm not going to go to the second vent. I'm going to go simply to the second floor here, so I can try to find some more Nekomatas to kill before I advance. Oh wait, there's some right here. Alright, just give me the drops we need and nobody gets hurt. Alright, game? Just give me some beast paws. Bad damage roll energy that these Orbis didn't die here.
Sure, kick it off.
Well, you know the risk.
Keep them coming.
Alright, we got a beast paw. We in there.
Enemy. Incoming. Phew.
So one more Mothman to drain our MP like a jerk.
Shall we?
Do.
Let's spice things up. We're gonna win this. Let's stay cautious.
And then the reason so for the actual upgrade, we need 4 simple hooves, but this fight gives 2 guaranteed ones because it's a fixed fight. Here we learn Meat Bullet, which again is probably the most broken skill in the whole game. And I'll get into, I'll be showing off why it's so broken for basically the rest of the run on boss fights. It's not very good for mob encounters and grinding, but on boss fights, it's absolutely absurd. So here's where you can tell that these aren't step counts. Ringo's gonna say there's an encounter close here, but we're not actually going to trigger it for a long time. Like, if I continued straight on that path, I would have gotten an encounter, but not only do I not need to go over there, I don't know why the game just paused either. But you can see, like, I've taken double the amount of steps, and I still haven't gotten an encounter yet.
Incoming.
Because the encounter trigger is right there.
Go time.
Ooh, this is a really good formation.
Now for the weak spot.
This is a very, very high experience formation. Thunder Kick hurts a lot, though.
Bring it on.
Yeah, looks promising.
Go for the weak spot.
Looks promising. Good idea.
Go for it, Arrow.
Keep them coming.
Oops.
A great power may grace our now.
So here we're going to do some more fusions. I should have done these a little bit ago, but it's not going to matter too much. Lamia, Ippon plus Bakami.
What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Now, make your
Izukucho, Pyro plus Omoraki.
What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Now,
Inamon, Princey plus Leanne.
what skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this?
Base stats, Quetzalcoatl,
Your choice.
Leanne plus Shisha.
What use could this? What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Now, make your
Use
choice.
Kodama with Take plus Tiernup.
What use? What skills shall they? Are you prepared for this? Until next time.
Inamon, Quetzal. Alright, BRB.
it be today? Well, thanks. Have a nice night.
Oh, that was the wrong dungeon. Well, while we're here then, we're going to do something for a little bit later, to not waste the, load screens.
Close. Enemy. Careful.
Getting goal. It's been a pretty bullying run, yeah. Good showing, though. Good showing.
Incoming.
So I went here by mistake, which means I wasted my food, but at the end of the day, that's not a big deal.
Over there.
And we do need to come here anyways, so I figured I'd just take the load screen into here. Instead of just leaving immediately, do the stuff I need to do here before leaving. Because there's not really an order requirement. I do apologize about the number of bathroom breaks, but I mean, it happens when you're talking a lot, and to stay hydrated, you need to keep drinking a lot. So. Alright, back to actual Ozaki.
Enemy. That was close.
So, we've been grinding a little bit in here for mob drops, and that's gotten us to level 36. We need to get to level 37 here, so we're going to be taking some encounters on the final floor of this dungeon.
Look out.
Got it.
Alright, so this is actually a really good encounter. Because I want the drop from these enemies. These enemies are very dangerous. But thankfully they're vulnerable to status, so you can kind of just ignore them if you actually hit the status. I'm actually gonna try to finish the fight like this. Alright, I was aiming for some dragon eyes there. I only got one. I did get 2 beads, which is really nice.
Can relax.
But I also feel really bad when I kill these enemies, because they always, like, they call us a meanie, and, like, we say we're bullies, and they're not wrong in any of it. See? Like, she's not wrong. And she apologizes when she dies for attacking us. It's... Man, it feels bad, right? So here, Sazer's gonna make up with Ash. Because, you know, Goth GF, let's go.
That was close. Look.
Sazer knew what he had and he didn't want to lose it.
Enemy.
Alright. This is good. Still more shots at, Whoops.
Lowest kill streak size drinks. That's promising. What shall we?
That'll work. Show them a good time.
Okay.
Oh, you got
On
it.
yours.
Still with me?
You done it.
It's over. That'll
Go
work.
ahead, Ringo. I was just getting started.
Alright, there's level 37. I don't think we got enough Demon Eyes, unfortunately, to get the extra ability from them, but that's okay. It's not required. Alright, so here we have, like, the biggest fusion section in the entire run.
A great power may grace our now. Which strike now.
We're gonna make our boy Arahabaki, because, you know, any game he's in, he's really good.
What skills?
That's our Tetrakarn, Tarakacha, Rakacha, and Rakunda.
Prepared for this?
Base stats.
Make your
We're gonna make a Shisha with Omoraki Wakami.
skills. Are you prepared for this?
So this game doesn't have fusion accents, which is really nice.
What skills?
And we're gonna take charge Meat Bullet here, and that's gonna be the start. Our goal is now to spread this around to a bunch of really good strength demons, and that's exactly what we're gonna do.
What skills shall they? Are you prepared for this? Now, make your
We're gonna make the best demon in the game Turbo Granny,
what skills?
because a demon is named Turbo Granny. Don't question it. It's just how the game is. I don't make the rules.
Now, make your choice. What skills shall? Are you prepared for this? Today, a new what skills shall they inherit?
And we're gonna turn Turbo Granny here into Dionysus,
Now, behold the birth
because Dionysus is way higher level and has way better strength.
of which strikes your fancy.
Change back to registered stats here.
Make your
Make another Lian.
What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this?
And then we're gonna take that Turbo Granny from the compendium this time, and take Turbo Granny plus Lian into Chimera.
Shall they inherit?
So now we've spread around our Charge and Meat Bolt to 3 different demons, because we can just resummon the Hellbiker to get him back.
Now,
And that is gonna be the basis for the rest of the run. It is just
what skills
Meat Bullet.
shall they inherit?
Or mana
Are you
points.
prepared for this? Witness this demon, but can you pay the price?
Buy back Lamia.
Can you pay the price? Until next time.
We're gonna take that Grimoire I got earlier and give that to Arahabaki to immediately learn Acid Breath, which is the combined effects of Secunda and Rakunda. I think you can see where this is going with, you know, the missing problems we have. Hellbiker, Chimera, actually no, Dionysus, Chimera, and then you take Arahabaki. We're gonna come down to this girl here. This is the Mystique exchange. Basically, you can trade Mystiques you have that you don't want for Mystiques you do want, and that's really good. So we're gonna make this girl very happy. We're giving her a bunch of Mystiques that we don't want. We'll keep that for now. Well, nice. We got Almighty Burst. That's huge. I don't need this. Don't need this.
Thanks. All wrapped up.
Or extender. And that's all we're gonna get for now.
Go time.
We'll be talking to her a lot throughout the game. So, this next boss fight is supposed to be this huge confrontation with Iron Mask, who's the main big bad, and Zenon, the person who he's using to collect all the covenants with. And it's supposed to be this whole multi-phase fight, like you take down Zenon, and then you have to take down actual Iron Mask, and it's like 2 bosses packed into one. We're gonna say absolutely refuse to play by the rules. Meat Bullet explains yet. So we're about to use Meat Bullet for the first time, and it's gonna be self-explanatory what it does. So here are the 4 Mothmen show up and paralyze us because they're jerks. And graphical warning: we get shot in the leg, and it hurts a lot. Hurts real bad even though we're an android. Because we have human feelings. Second choice arrow. Big shows up and heals us and gives a Fate Covenant over to Iron Mask.
Time to go time.
I will see. You know the drill. Don't be a hero. Let's get down
We
to
gotta
fun.
win this.
So Zenon doesn't do anything in this fight until you actually attack him. So we can just take a turn and charge up here.
What are you
Ow.
thinking?
I'll handle this.
It's actually kind of bad.
Anyone get in our way.
Let's change. Ready for elimination.
What's our
Let's go.
You're just
Make the call, hero.
Bolt of meat.
I can count on you. Careful now.
We're gonna just do that. I need the damage. Nice crit.
I was doing that anyway. Let's start servants.
I'll crush
So yeah, that's what Meatball does, by the way. It does big damage and reduces your health to 1.
Let's settle this once and for all.
Don't you dare. Time to get by all you want.
What about this? To me!
All right.
You're just riffraff after all.
Let's spice things up. Stop. Okay.
I hate playing.
Round 2.
We gotta win this. No matter what.
Don't you dare.
You're just riffraff.
Alright, good boss. You can kind of see the mechanics of that fight. Like, you're supposed to defeat Zenon, and then he summons all of his demons, and it's like a full-on whole second phase of the fight. Nah. Nah. We don't play by the rules anymore. We have Meat Bullet.
Any medicine?
So Meat Bullet does more damage based off your current HP. The higher the number of your current HP, the more damage it does. And that includes stuff like having life surge and life bonus and life gain to make yourself have higher hit points. Multi-hits hits that? Yeah, so T3 magic gets as good. Like, we'll be using a lot of T3 magic to get through, like, the first phases of fights. But, at the end of the day, we're just gonna... most of the fights in this run now are just gonna die from Meat Bullet. But we're gonna, like... Meat Bullet on a lot of fights is, unfortunately, not strong enough to go full to dead like it did there. So we have to do some preliminary damage.
Please come in.
Heartbreaker. And close my eyes. Thank you.
Do you please come again?
Deals exact. No, it doesn't deal exactly that much damage. It just it considers the base power of the skill. I'm pretty sure off of your current HP.
Huh? Oh, bye.
So here we're going to be doing a ton of quest cleanup. All of these quests I'm going to be doing are going to be giving me hangout events that I need to increase my soul levels with by the end of the game. Also going to take the opportunity to buy some revival beads here because we're completely out.
Let me know if you need help. Huh? Oh, bye.
I mean, I'm not sure the exact calculation, but all I know is more HP equals more damage.
I bid you good luck.
I don't know exactly how much it converts, but, like, having 300 more HP is, like, equivalent to doing, like, 600 extra damage or so.
Oh.
Like, it's obscene. And it also takes your strength stat into consideration as well.
Let me know if you need help.
Beat bullet equal damage. Yeah, basically. Though it doesn't do damage if you have low HP. Like, even at, like, it definitely gets a bonus modifier from having full HP, because if you're at, like, 90% compared to 100%, it will do significantly less damage.
I bid you good luck.
This is an automated.
I'm gonna buy some aim bambinos here. They're for later.
Welcome.
So this Sappho guy has a bunch of quests, and 2 out of 3 of them give hangout events for completing them. So and they don't require any fighting or anything. So they're very fast and easy to do.
Welcome. Please come again.
Or whoops, I actually get that.
Do you please come again?
So Zaffiro is the place where you buy armor in the game. We don't really ever go there because the armor is just way too expensive. So now that we've done all the quest stuff in the town, we can actually go out into the world and complete some of the quests. And that's what we're going to be doing for the next 10 minutes or so, is just running around different areas, not fighting anything, but just picking up some items. Actually, there are a few fights, but they're very worth 40 levels higher than you fights.
Look out!
But again, the reason we're doing these specific quests is because they all give hangout events as sort of hidden rewards, and those hangout events are what get us the soul levels to be able to do the true end. So this guy's like a very early game boss. You can fight him basically before you finish the first dungeon. He doesn't know that we have meatballs though.
Had to get in the way.
But he learned pretty fast that we do indeed have meatball. He was a fast learner. Unfortunately for us, the next mob we're gonna fight is resistant to physical. So we can't meet both the next fight. We actually have to swap on some magic demons here. Greatest SMT games, pretty high up, honestly. Like, definitely in the top 5. Here.
Enemy! Get ready!
But what is a shame is this game definitely did flop. When it came out, it had a number of problems. I didn't find them problems, but a lot of people did, so... Just, like, slow gameplay and stuff. Like, nothing actually major. The game wasn't broken or anything. But that really hurt it when it released, so it flopped pretty bad.
Enemy! Look out! Incoming! Look out! That was close.
The wolf who cried wolf? Line. Yeah, the dungeon exploration in this game isn't the greatest. I'll definitely admit that. There is a lot of reused assets, which is definitely a very valid complaint.
Now we can.
But like the right where they didn't spare the expense for this game was the writing. The writing is very good, and the characters are just absolutely. The characters are honestly the best out of any SMT game.
Talk to them. Careful. That was close. Well done.
Also, the OST is a banger, so it's got that going for it too. And like, despite the reused visuals, like it's not like it looks bad either.
Let's take it. Careful. Enemy.
Please come in. Remember your duties as a summoner.
All right, we're finishing up the last of the quest here,
Welcome.
and we're actually coming up to the actual break of the run where, unfortunately for this channel, we kind of just drink excessively because we need to do all these hangout events that we've unlocked. Still going. Okay. There's Consmith.
Welcome.
Have conversion. Extra slot.
Want this thing? Want this beyond? Thanks. Want this beyond? Thanks. Want this? Thanks. Need to better see you back here. Let me have it. Raw, pretty good. Raw, pretty good. Raw, pretty good. Thanks. All wrapped up. Want this? Here you go. Want this? Here you go. Bye-bye. This ought to do it.
You're going down.
I'll handle this. So late. Nothing.
What do you
Coma and Demon Skill. For a game to learn about Persona 5. So, I mean, hot take, Persona 5's not that good.
Look out! Careful.
Yet, everybody and their mother likes to compare everything to Persona 5. Like, Persona 5 is a good game, but, it has no replayability, and anytime you try to replay it, it becomes glaringly obvious how much text bloat is in the game.
Incoming.
This like the Dark Souls of Persona? It sure is. Gunfire stock.
Now we can relax. Enemy. Incoming. Now we can look out.
Personas are bloated without. Yeah, but P5 is definitely in a different vein, right? Because they just have so many cutscenes of you talking about being Phantom Thieves, and like that aren't adding like substance to the story. They just steal your day.
Incoming.
And then I know there's a lot of complaints of like, you know, the villains aren't really that compelling. And that's definitely more of an audience thing between us and JP. But, I mean, we're not here to bash on games either.
You know the drill.
Shall we?
Don't be a
So, we've got another boss here, but unfortunately for this boss, he doesn't know that we have Meat Bullet.
What's our opening?
He's gonna learn a little slower than the last boss did, but he's still definitely gonna realize that we have Meat Bullet.
As long as we work together.
Goodbye.
Not as I went down.
Any medicine? Look out! Careful. Look out! Careful. Now we can relax. Let's negotiate.
So right there, we just picked up a Yatagarasu. When I was routing this game, I originally picked it up because it's like, yeah, he's right here. He's a free recruit. I'm sure we'll be able to use him for something. And then the end of the game rolled around, and I wasn't able to use him at all. So he just kind of sits in our party for the rest of the game. However, he is not useless. There is a reason for picking him up. He eventually learns a Sabbath skill called Sabbath Healer. And what Sabbath skills do is they have a chance to proc on Sabbaths and give you extra bonus effects.
Enemy.
A lot of them are extremely weak because they're scaled off the level and strength of the demon using them, and they're completely not worthwhile. However, Sabbath Healer just says heal all party members for 50% of the damage to the Sabbath deals. And when grinding and when on a boss fight in a tight situation, that can really, really save you. So much like auto repair, it's just something that, hey, if it procs, it doesn't cost time, really, like significant time, and it just helps you stay ahead in the fight.
Now we can relax. Ringo.
So long.
So long.
Now we can relax. Brace yourselves. Incoming.
I've had a stoma this whole time and I forgot to put it on. Oh well.
Ringo.
So we're coming up here on the last RNG heavy grind for a item. We're going to need to find some Dakinis in this next Soul Matrix sector, which is where we have to go for the story. And unfortunately, they're kind of rare, and they don't have a high drop rate for their items, so we gotta get lucky. We also need to get off Meat Bullet. Meat Bullet is not ideal here. Is that correct? I mean, whatever. Let's go with it. So the gimmick to this dungeon is you talk to this gate and it warps you randomly one of 6 places. There's essentially a script that the game follows based off like where you have and haven't been. As to where it warps you. But the order you get them in is sometimes different.
Enemy. Get ready. Now we can relax.
Show me Dakini. Alright, so those are not Dakinis, those are Zooks. But, Zooks are still good because we're going to be grinding these later. So getting them in the logbook now is totally viable. We also do need Crimson Feathers, and we just got them, so that's always cool.
Observe.
Also, you kill one thing here, and like 8 of your demons level up because we fused a billion demons right before Iron Mask, and none of them leveled up from the fight because they were all like a hair's breadth away from doing so.
Look out.
So this is another dungeon place where like all of these different areas have different encounter sets. There's 6 different encounter set formations you can have in this dungeon. And knowing where you can find the demons you want to find is very important.
Get ready.
Because you got to keep in mind, where can I find Dakinis? Where often do they most show up? And alongside, what are they easy to fight with? And then there's also, what do I actually want to grind on for EXP?
Relax.
And where do I find those? Alright, so this is the Dakini platform. We're just going to stay on this little small island here until we get all the Dakini stuff we need. We need 3 drops from them. And those aren't Dakinis, those are unicorns. It's not worth fighting anything that's not a Dakini because just the EXP they give is so low. Well, it's not low, but it's low comparatively to what we could get.
Enemy. Incoming.
Thanks to the magic of EXP scaling. Hey, look, Dakinis. We found them. And no drops. Feels bad.
There's one. Enemy.
Big? What? There. What? I swear that wasn't there.
Phew. Enemy! Careful!
I'll let you
Goes.
start.
So something also important to note, talking to a demon on the field map will immediately despawn any demons that are chasing you,
I'll deal with it.
which is what I did just there to basically reset the encounters here.
There's one! Look out! That was close. Now we can relax.
I'm gonna bully both of those so they despawn and then new ones respawn.
Enemy! Careful! That was close. Careful! Now we can relax.
This is unfortunately a very bad farm so far.
I'm not particularly love to see it. Good idea.
Yeah, hold on. I got you, Melody. You must be free.
That was a joke.
Alright, there we go. Thanks, Assassin's Eye. Just get 4 at once. I only need 3, but sure, give me 4. Thanks, have a nice day. Alright, now we can move on.
Look! Look out! Now we can talk to them.
So right there we picked up an armor called the Sternfuss. The Sternfuss is probably the most important piece of armor in the game.
Let's take it.
What I haven't really talked about in this game is turn order. Turn order is based entirely off your agility stat, plus or minus like 20. It's ridiculous how wild the turn order can be. And on a lot of fights, particularly when you're meat building, it's really important you have whoever your healer is going first. So, you know, you can top off before you meat bullet stuff. The Sternfuss is an accessory that gives like 25 agility. And I can stick that on Saizo, who is our dedicated not meat builder, to make sure he's always getting the first turn.
That'll work.
And that's incredibly useful. Oh no, this is scary. We could die here. Okay, that was probably the nicest thing those things could have done ever. So, we didn't die. Yay us.
Whoever brings them down gets drinks on me.
That was a joke.
And we have a ton of demons leveling up because we fused so much before Iron Mask. So they all level up basically at the same time because they were all around the same level.
Ready.
So the goal of this area was to talk to these 3 Phantom Arrows, and we've done that now so we can clear the dungeon. But first we need to grind more for just straight levels, unfortunately.
A great power may grace our state. Which strike now, make your choice. Ah, what skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Now, make your choice. Ah, what skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Until next time.
Keep me entertained.
Yay! Yay! Yay!
unfortunately, here we're gonna have to make multiple trips out, in and out of this area, to do various fusions, because we're looking to get Warcry by the next boss as well, and we also need to get concentrate on our Habaki. Thankfully, once you can unlock this crate with all those 3 arrow keys, the game just gives you teleporters to each of the 6 sections of the dungeon, so we can just go to the highest level section and grind encounters here.
Enemy.
I'm ready whenever you need me.
And while these encounters are very scary, they are a ton of EXP, so it's just always worth it to take them, really.
That's a nasty one.
Very nice extra turn here. But as you can see, these things are very strong. They hurt a lot.
Okay. I'd say that wasn't half bad.
Alright, so there's concentrated on our Habaki. Unfortunately, we're not level 41 yet.
Any medicine?
So I can't actually go infuse Dakini.
Careful.
Angels are weak to both. Well, they are biblically accurate angels, so... you know.
Enemy. Incoming. That was close.
Be not afraid. Sir, this is literally the scariest moment of my life.
I'm going to enjoy playing with you. Too late for regrets now.
I will show no mercy.
I'll be okay. Do it,
Hey.
Saito.
Ow. Okay, Saito.
Nothing I can't handle.
Alright, so now that we're 41, we can go fuse Dakini. And Dakini is what gives us Warcry, which is why we're actually taking the time to
Power may grace our state. You
go
wish
and
to register?
fuse him
Are you
deliberately. We're going to register this Zara Habaki,
Which strikes your fancy?
so that we have a source of concentrate we can spread around later. Habit service is Karama plus Jack Frost.
What skills shall they? Are you prepared?
And then
Now, make your
Dakini equals Abstract plus Zara Habaki, blah blah blah, blah blah, and blah.
Are you prepared? Until next time.
I must be off. Let me have it. Wow, pretty good.
Don't need that.
Would you do this? Oh my.
Don't need that. Don't need this.
Amazing.
Don't need this.
Simply amazing.
Trade. We need Force Boost 2.
Please treat this well.
And we need another Augment 3.
Please treat this well.
And then we're gonna need Support Arcana C. I already have one of those? Okay, cool. So I just need Healing Arcana then.
Please treat. Thank you.
Okay, so now we basically have all the Misty Quartz we need for the run.
Let's roll.
Let's go with that.
Yeah, this is all I need.
I did equip Bikini. I did not equip the Storm Plus. Oh,
Guess I'm up.
hand hard to that. Okay. Good.
1,
Giving Saizo his Sturmfist, that's basically going to be his armor for the rest of the game because, again, it gives like 20 agility. And that basically will guarantee Saizo, the fastest character anyways, will always go first. And that's really huge for us. To make sure we can always, you know, just get buffs out. We can always, we can just always do what we need to do, basically.
Hope you like that.
I'm going to enjoy playing with you. Too late for this.
I'll just get started.
Ow! My face! I need that, please. Please refrain.
Just getting started.
I know, I'm a real heartbreaker.
Nice more int.
Any medicine?
So that encounter with the two powers and the Zooks is really good. I'd like to also see some Succubi here. Hey, what do you know?
Good idea.
Because they are weak to electric, and I happen to have Mazayonga.
Lowest kill streak by strength.
That'll work. Now, Ringo.
Time packs to test your cue.
Go ahead, Ringo. Too easy. Let the rebel. That was a joke.
Look!
So long.
And we're going to also mark Succubi because they're better than Zooks, so we want to know where they are.
Begin. Looks promising.
Hello, dear Succubi.
Good. I'm not your baby figure. All right. Now got it. Almost fell asleep.
Enemy! Now we can relax. Careful. That was close.
Alright, this is no fast start. Let's see that tear. I'll do it. Whoever
Still
brings
with
them
me?
down gets brings them in.
And good idea.
You must be hungry.
I'm coming. Easy shot.
We can win this.
Not a bad workout.
Alright, one more fight and we should be good to go here. That's good. Yay me. Okay, nine over high pressure, right? Yes. Okay. Now we have our war cry, which was one of our goals for this grind. We also just need to be level 43 so we can fuse a unicorn.
Oh,
Also improvements. Ew.
that was close.
Come on, I need one more fight.
Look out! Careful.
Bruh. Alright, we'll just take this one and see what it is. Good enough, I guess.
Still with me?
Whoever brings them down gets brings them in.
You must be hungry.
Good enough.
Easy shot.
Here goes. Not this a letdown.
A great power may
So we're also going to register this Dakini
This are you
so we can pass around Warcry later.
Which strikes now?
We're going to turn Hellbiker here into power
What
with
skills
Pulsade, Charge, Meatball, Last Ditch, Life Bonus, Tarakaja.
prepared for this?
And then take registered stats, Unicorn
Choice.
with Dakini, or Lamina plus Habaki.
What
Is-
skills shall
It's a very expensive fusion, but it's a very good fusion.
Are you prepared for this? Until next time.
Let's get it done.
I'll come along.
Alright, so now we're all set for this next boss fight. This next boss, we're actually not going to use Meat Bullet. This is the only fight where we're not going to use Meat Bullet on a boss for, like, the rest of the entire run. And the reason for that is this boss is a little too bulky for Meat Bullet. And there's a bunch of ads that you also have to deal with. And by the time you finish dealing with the ads, the boss is almost dead. So it's not worth, like, converting into Meat Bullet from that point. You can just finish him off with a few more spell casts. So Ringo's going to do a little waddle here. I think it's really funny, so pay attention. I really like the waddle. Speed up and walking doesn't work too well. Waddle.
Here goes.
I don't know, I just find it funny.
Hypnotist power.
You think that's
Don't get in my way.
And I'm not your babysitter. Here's some. Did that hurt? Let's roll.
As long as we work together, we got this.
No, putting on the uniform's a good idea.
Looks promising.
No matter what.
This boss is very scary, because you don't really heal too much in this fight. But, you know, generally you can survive. Ow!
What's wrong, Sizo?
Actually, let's just toss that. Who cares?
That'll work.
That's the ticket.
That'll work.
Go for it, huh? Don't get in my way.
Here I come. You don't have to. You're wide open. Too late for this action. You know what to do. Let's go.
Let it get me. Pardon their weakness. Don't get in my way. What's our opening? That's the ticket.
Now, Ringo. For me. You know the drill.
Do it, Millie.
Don't be a
So as you can see, this boss is like almost dead at this point, so it's not really worth doing Meat Bullet.
Ready to go. Go time.
Got it. How about Ricky? Did that hurt?
You gotta win
You
this.
know what to do.
No matter what.
But for the fans.
You gotta win this. Give it a shot. No matter what. Don't let see that tail. I got this. Done. We won. On to the next one.
For the fans, and I also need the XP on power. So here we find out that Arrow had the last covenant all along. So it's not hopeless. The big bad didn't get all the covenants. Arrow had the last one the whole time. And then we figured out Raven here, who is running this orphanage and helping us out the whole time, is actually the big bad. And Arrow's real sad about it because they're buddies. And Milady's upset about it because he killed her lover, who is the real Iron Mask, and has just been impersonating him. And yeah, Fig also has a crush on him. So right there, we effectively kill Arrow again. To release the Purple Covenant from him, so Fig can take it. And it'll be safer that way. And then we soul hack Arrow again and bring him back to life. And then Raven and his badassery is just like, we'll settle this at the port. Come meet me there. And that's what we're going to do. It's a very, very short dungeon, but unfortunately for us, Raven is a really, really strong boss and has a lot of mechanics to him.
Enemy.
And we're gonna need to grind some more levels in order to stand a chance.
Incoming.
And I want to say, this run does do a lot of grinding. I have tested doing these boss fights at like 1 or 2 levels lower, and it's just not even conceivable how inconsistent and how hard they are. And the only way around it is really actually grinding. There's no way you can deal the requisite damage and like heal through the incoming damage and have it be fast when grinding a level is like 2 encounters. I've tried on every single boss. Yeah, the level scaling kills you way too hard. The breakpoints we have during these grinds is typically being 5 levels below the boss. And that's where level scaling, like the difference between being 5 levels and 6 levels lower is actually extreme. Like super, super, super extreme. Which is why you, go as high as you do.
No more games.
So here we're looking for Orthrus, and we're specifically looking for this exact encounter, because this encounter is insane in EXP. It's a really, 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 really difficult encounter, but boy howdy is it a lot of EXP. Ow. 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 Actually, not ow. Ow.
I'm going to enjoy playing with you. Don't miss now. Here I come.
Do your thing, Melody. That's your take him down, boss.
Let the rebels begin.
Please treat this well.
Alright, there we go. We got Divine Shot.
There's one. Look out. Careful.
Big lad. Big lad.
Begin.
Got it. Let's spice
Alright, I did it once. I can do it again, right?
You don't have to tell me twice.
Here I come.
Do it,
I
Melody.
know. Love to see it. Let's roll.
That's right there.
Locked on. Good hit. Like Stark Citizens. Go for it.
What a way.
Alright, we're fine. Everything is fine. And we get the auto repair, so we're doubly fine.
Is this
Just don't miss. Alright, those 2 fights just went really well. As with any grind, the first 2 fights are obviously the harder ones because you're lower level and you don't have as many demons. But now that we just hit 45, we can go and do a bunch of fusions to make our grinding here a lot easier. And that is exactly what we're going to do.
Which strike now?
So we can make our boy Cert. They kind of turned my boy Cert into a dummy in this game, and I'm really upset about it. But you know what? That's fine.
Are you prepared for this?
And then we can also get our boy Rakshasa,
Your choice.
which is power plus Shisha,
Ah, Mag. What skills shall they?
Roar, Divine Shot, Charge, Last Ditch, Beat Bullet, Life Bonus.
Are you prepared for this? Now.
Cybele, our Habaki plus Kinemon,
What
Is-
skills shall they inherit?
Tetrakarn, Makarakarn, Hirahama, Megiddo, and... Did you take Recarm here? There we are. And then there's one more fusion, but I can't do it yet. Also, dirt. $1,000%. Yeah, hot guys with silver hair absolutely are villains every single time.
Enemy, get ready. Enemy.
So I'm also looking for an encounter with Valkyries here, because the Valkyrie encounter is also worth a lot of EXP.
I'm going to enjoy playing. Don't miss now. Still with me? Fine, you're no fun.
Now, Melody.
Sorry. Want a piece of this? Whoever gets your... Don't get in my way!
Alright.
Let's stay cautious.
Let's finish. Okay, whatever.
Out of my way.
Well, that was kind of one-sided.
Any medicine? Enemy. Now we can. Enemy.
Let's get this thing moving. Alright. Whoever brings them down gets drinks on me. Leave it to me. Got kill speed. Yeah, this can work. Whoever brings them down gets drinks on me.
You know
Okay.
what to do. That's it,
On it,
Billy.
Ringo.
Out of my way.
So Unicorn's really bad here, unfortunately. Nothing's weak to electric, so Ringo really doesn't have a demon to use. So we just kind of keep her on power and use Meatball to take out these Vithras. Because Vithra is extremely bulky, and Meatball just kind of tears through his health, as you would expect.
Enemy.
Make sure I get this item.
They won't know what hit them.
Good idea.
That should silence no.
Hey, look, it's the exact same encounter, but in a reverse order.
Got it, Ringo.
I love this area. This area is so dumb with its encounters. But this is part of the reason why you want to search Orthus, is because even though he's not the highest EXP enemy, this formation is extremely easy to take out, and does give a ton of EXP.
Not a bad workout.
Are you hurt? Incoming. Get ready.
I mean, given my name, it's very fitting we're using
They won't
a Meatball in attack, right?
this side. What's all you... Yeah, good. This'll power it up.
What's the
Let's
plan
finish
here?
this. Roll away, Billy.
Nice wasted effort.
Oh, nice drain, idiot.
What's her
Goes.
opener?
In my sight. Whoever gets that silence
Yeah, good plan.
him down.
I hear you.
Ringo.
Let's go.
Do your thing.
Really like that?
You must be hungry.
I could fight like that all day.
Alright, there's level 47. I do need to do one more fight here, though, unfortunately. I need my party at level 45. We also are going to learn Null Fizz, which is, you know, just generally a pretty good ability.
Look out. Get ready.
Do I have a magical bottle still? I sure don't. It's not good. Alright, this encounter's fine, though.
Do it, Psycho.
That's gotta hurt. Let's go.
Time for some action.
This'll make things easy. Whoever brings them down. Let's go with that. There it is.
Alright. This'll teach physical grammar. Let's
Looks
finish
like it'll
this.
work.
I was doing that anyway.
Let the rebels begin.
Bad.
What's the plan here? Wanna make a bet?
Let's prompt
Now, arrow. Yeah, good plan. Here goes. You're done. I was just getting started.
Alright, there we go. Alright, so that was a really fast grind. We got a lot of really good encounters there.
Which strike now? Make your choice.
Now we're gonna make Orthros. We need to make a Sudama first, though. With Andros plus Lamia.
What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Now, make your choice.
Plus Dionysus, blah 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 blah. Is that everything? We're gonna actually take Tarpkaja here. And I don't need Speedmaster, so...
Prepared for this? Until next time.
Casa, Cybele, Portocana, Cert, Dakini, Era Hard Anklet, Lady Atlas,
Nice work.
Ringo, Dullahan, Turnfuss, and we have all the augments on. We should be fine here. So, much like the Iron Masked fight that we cheesed with Meat Bullets, this fight also has two phases, only they're kind of in the reverse. There's the phase, he's going to start with his demons out this time, and we gotta chunk through them. And then the intended way to fight him is once you lower his health, he'll put on some armor and take like 90% reduced damage from everything. Yeah, it's about as slow as it sounds. Because what you're supposed to do is like he uses an attack and makes himself weak to something, and you're supposed to just hit that one at a time and whittle him down as you try to survive his onslaught. We're gonna set up things in such a way that we skip that entire phase because Meatball lets us invalidate things. But first, we gotta use magic to chunk through the start of the fight. We're gonna be constantly using Makarakarn and Tetrakarn to keep ourselves avoiding some of his more dangerous attacks here.
You know what to do.
Give it a shot. We're lacking intel. Okay. That's what I need. Here.
I'm not your babysitter.
Goodbye, Silky.
Done yet.
Still good?
Here goes nothing. Want a piece of this?
Let's get down to
Don't overdo it,
now,
Ringo.
Ringo. Works for me. Ringo, I got humility.
It's okay. Help me out here.
All right. I'm not your
Got a
baby.
hunch?
Out of my head.
Waiting for that. Feeling a little worn out, Sizo? Out here.
Let's do this.
So now we're going to use this ability called Master Convert, which lets me swap everyone's demons at the same time. It's very strong, and it lets me basically just get what I need on everything here. Everybody on everything.
I'll play it safe. I'll be okay. With this power, I'll take this power.
Let's get down
We're
to
gonna win this. Can't focus.
No matter what. What do you think? Chop, chop. I'm not your baby.
So here we're going to set up our Meat Bullets, and we're basically going to let this boss now reflect himself under the damage threshold that we're looking to hit here. Like, we're just going to stall time, keep our buffs up, and just let this guy do what he wants to do, because he's completely scripted until his mask falls off. And now that it's fallen off on his turn, we have our entire turn to completely, absolutely ruin his day.
You know what to do.
Remember to pace yourselves, everyone.
And that's his entire second phase completely skipped. Good fight. Very good fight. Again, in his second phase, he takes 90% less damage from basically everything. And we just say, no thank you. Alright, BRB during this long cutscene.
Spell sequence. Soul hack. All systems are go. I'm not going to let you die.
So Fig can also soul hack people. She wants to soul hack Raven. Because even though they only met twice, she fell in love, and that love is going to be her motivation for wanting to destroy the whole world and remake it so everybody's an emotionless zombie who can't feel pain. Yeah, that Iron Mask fight casually is, like, insanely difficult. But, just meat bullet, forehead. So, we got all the covenants. Fig's, we think everything's okay. We saved the day. We have all the covenants. The world's not going to end. But Iron comes out with a new prophecy that says, hey, Fig's going to ruin the world now. You should probably do something about that. And we're like, well, crap, Fig. Come on. I hope this run inspires people to not be vegetarians, also. So here, Ringo confronts Frigg, and it's just like, hey, Fig, we're doing okay, right? You're not gone completely off the deep end. And she decides to take pride to another level and start shining rainbow colors. And we realized something's wrong. So, Fig goes to the Axis and completely assimilates all of Ion, this godly supercomputer, into her own body. Because she can just do that now that she has the Covenants. Little overpowered, but, you know, fine.
Please, come in.
We're gonna get one more request here. Because this request not only gives a hangout event, but it gives Milady basically the best armor in the game. Because the armor gives her boosts her int and her strength like a massive amount. And it turns out int and strength are both the stats that we're using to do a ton of damage to everything. So boosting them is pretty ideal. Hope you guys like hearing that piano sound, like that one chord over and over. Actually, I shouldn't do this. Actually, yes. No, I shouldn't have done
Be
this.
safe.
Inoptimal menuing.
A great power may grace us. Now, which strikes your now,
We're gonna fuse Oyamasuni here.
what skills shall
Okay.
they inherit?
Petricarm, Makarkarm, Boof Diamond, Game Awesome. Okay, and Recarm.
Prepared for
And then Valkyrie with Bovieri plus Chimera.
what skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Until next time.
Hit the Zephyr real quick.
Let me know if you need help.
Sell some things for some extra money. It seems like we have a ton of money, but we're not going to soon. I can sell the Skull Ring, and I can sell the app.
You want his thanks?
And I can sell the Fist.
You want his thanks? Are you still here? You want to
Buy the Zircana bands and the Suede Mittens.
Thanks.
Let's keep focused and win this.
Oh, bye.
You do not need to play Soul Hackers 1 to play this game, actually. Drink our last apple cider. I should have bought more, but I can get some of that later. And so this is technically the final dungeon. This is apparently an office building, but they have a certain aquarium attraction where you're just, you know, underwater in breathable water, and that's why Ringo was very confused there. Like, visible confusion.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered.
We also have no more owl. We have machine AI as our navigator, and he's a lot less annoying.
No more readings present. Enemy detected. You've been discovered.
You've been discovered. Okay, you keep Rakshasa, you take Cert, you take Oyamasuni, and you take...
I trust you can handle things.
And now you go back to Ice Augments as well.
Down.
Yeah, Fig is unfortunately not doing okay. She has decided to remake the world and turn everybody into emotionless zombies so nobody ever has a tragic backstory ever again.
No more readings present. Enemy detected. You've been discovered.
So this fight is absolutely awful. Hopefully it goes not terribly.
What are you thinking?
Let's get the hour in it.
No, I'm not your babysitter.
Help me
Blow
out
me
here.
for that
Finish
anyway.
up,
Let me see.
It's probably fine.
There it is.
Too late for the guts now.
This Thunderbird just deals so much damage every turn that we basically have to Makarakarn through it, or else we're so screwed. The two humans are very weak unless they attack the exact right people.
You know what to do. Hope this works.
The gimmick in this fight is the Dakarabia will swap between Makarakarn and Tetrakarn every single turn, so you can only use physical or magical every other turn. But that works out perfectly for us because that just gives us time to use Charge and Concentrate.
What are you thinking?
Want a piece of this?
We're all right. Let's get the hour in it.
Long as we work together.
No!
Let's finish this.
I even have freaking Secunda up, dude! The unfortunate part about this fight is you really don't get a turn to heal unless
What are you thinking?
you're completely caught up with everything.
Optimal.
Let's spice these hands.
We're gonna do this for the meme.
Access, come on.
Alright, you're dead. Goodbye.
That's what I'm...
That's me a turn to heal.
I'll take Lish and do it.
Out of my way.
Why with some dignity? Now I'm mad with some dignity.
Shall we?
There's nothing like that.
All right.
You know what to do.
Keep me entertained. This
That'll work.
This ought
No matter what.
Here I come.
select.
Oh, I needed the Tetrakarn there. This could be bad.
Okay, Saizo.
I think you need a big hit here. Ow. Ow! Yeah, like that. That's exactly what could happen. Because I forgot the Tetrakarn. It's fine. We're okay. Everything's good. And then she's probably just dead this turn, right? Uh oh. Alright. Decent fight. Not perfect, but not bad. We had some misses there. That's to be expected, but nothing catastrophic. Now we're going to warp out and do some more fusions. We're going to make a Sudama for real this time.
What use could this demon be?
Whoops.
Now, make your choice.
Unicorn plus Takuchi. Yeah.
Are you prepared for this?
Do I take Fog Breath here? And then we make another Taishi. Where's my boy Nato Taishi? Hello? There you are. With Rakshasa attacking Takuchi.
Shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Now,
And then we need a Beef Hawaiian.
what use could... What skills? Are you prepared for this? Until next time.
How's your comp today?
By shield deployment here. Shield deployment's a very good skill that's going to help us a lot in the endgame. We're going to buy some extra stock spaces. I'm not even sure if I need those anymore, but, you know. They're safe and sorry. I need to go to the bar. Get more takeout.
Well, thanks. Till next time.
Enemy detected. No more readings present.
Alright, so now I need to set up for force damage. You have force. Oh, no, wait, no, right. You take Valkyrie, you are on Silky, you're on Cert, and then Dakini. That's how we do it. So here we're going to be fighting some more Thunderbirds. I need to get, how many drops? 3 Silver Feather drops.
Detected.
The only formation with Thunderbirds in them is like 2 Thunderbirds and 2 Dominions, and then 3 Thunderbirds. So they're pretty common.
You've been discovered.
This dungeon is a pain in the butt casually. There's a bunch of torrents that go up and down. They're all basically one-way doors.
No more readings.
And the whole place is a huge maze with a bunch of dead ends and things that send you backtracking. It's really quite a pain, but speedrun-wise, we know exactly where we're going, so it's not that bad.
Good, still with me? How about
Ow. Ow. Ow.
Got it.
time for some fun.
Easy shit. Bingo.
Turn for it now. Ringo,
Go for the weak spot.
too easy. That'll work. Go, Arrow.
No match for me.
Nobody's gonna stop me.
Alright, we got 2 Silver Feathers there. Eho? So, I never really explained what the Bee Hawaiian Frost is. In this game, there's, just like other SMT games, there's elements. which, you know, rank up or down a specific race of demon. In this game, they're not elements, they're frosts. There's, oh man, there's a ton of them. There's lemon meringue, there's, crimson cherry, blue Hawaiian, and sour green? I think?
Got it. Let's finish them off. Take this.
Stay alert. Access for me.
Well, switching to offense.
Don't just getting started.
Want to give it a try, Melody? Say that wasn't
Alright, there's the rest of my silver feathers. Oh, I know what fight you're talking about. At the top of this area. If it comes as a surprise, Soren, we invalidate him. With, meat bullets.
Enemy detected.
So the goal of this trip was to get those silver feathers, and now we're gonna just head straight to the end. We have some mobs later here to fight. We need to grind up to level 54. We're only level 50 right now. But we're gonna be doing some Soul Matrix stuff before that.
No more readings present.
Also, his name's Hozuki. I just remembered what it was. It's Hozuki.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered.
Azazel also gets invalidated, and like we would normally invalidate Azazel anyways, but we extra invalidate Azazel because for whatever reason he decides to give himself a fizz weakness on the turn before we meet Bullet. So, he extra dies to meet Bullet.
You've been discovered.
I don't know why they decided to give some bosses fizz weakness in this game, but it makes fizz like it's part of what makes Meat Bullet extra viable is that bosses are actually weak to fizz sometimes.
No more readings. Enemy detected. You've been discovered.
So
Enemy
long.
detected. You've been discovered.
So here we have to find that lost Carabea and tell him, hey, there's a whirlpool you can generate for us over here. And then he's like, oh, I'll go over there, thanks. So we're going to take a quick detour back to the special sector here to pick up a power. Again, recruiting this demon, okay, it costs time to run over there. It would be faster to fuse it, but, like, powers cost, like, 120k to fuse. So, giving this power whatever the heck he wants. 3 life stones to save 120k on fusions. Pretty good. Pretty good.
No more readings present.
You take Netapaishi, you take Orthros, and we have Takinion. So this boss here is Sandalphon. Sandalphon is an extremely good demon to fuse, and that's why we're doing this fight now, is because we just hit level 50, which is the requisite level to fuse Sandalphon. Poor Sandalphon here does not know that we have meatballs, though.
I'll take this and do it.
So he's just gonna like, haha, I'm gonna summon angels, and what are you gonna do? Haha. And we're gonna say, sir, have some meatball.
No, I'm not your baby's.
Let's go. We can win this. You wanted a fight? You got one.
Reminder that meat bullet is a fair and balanced skill. Fair and balanced. Absolutely fair and balanced. So we got this Arrow's 4th floor, and we're just going to kind of leave it there. We're going to head down to Milady's 4th floor. Sudama, Silky, Third.
I know we can win this.
Let's spice things
Try
up.
all you want. I'll get serious.
Let's stay cautious. As long as we work together.
How's this gonna go?
What's
Here
our
I come.
opener?
Don't get lost.
We're here, pal.
Let's get down.
As long as
Here
we
we
work
go.
together, we got this.
Can you handle this? You know what to do. This'll do. Stick physical parameters. What are you
Sure.
thinking?
Want a piece of this?
I know we can win this.
goes. As long as
Right.
we work together,
You
we got
see,
this.
let's finish this.
So no meatball on this boss. Instead, this boss is going to make himself weak to a bunch of different types of magic.
You all right?
And we're just going to use that to destroy him.
Let's go.
And let's finish this. I'll burn it that hurt. Let the rebels dinner time.
Goodbye.
Whatever it
Okay,
takes.
guess I'm out of their league.
So you can see, like, meatball isn't the answer to everything. It's just the answer to most things.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered. Enemy detected. No object.
Also, let's remember to use the stoma here.
Bye-bye.
It's very debatable if the stoma is actually worth the time it takes to cast it, because all it does is really... Like, you have to do the menu time to put it on really often.
Rare item found.
Also, small flashing lights warning coming up here. There's going to be a few of them in this sector, so... Alright, we're done with that section of it. There's going to be a lot of sections like that throughout this Matrix, unfortunately. Because these are all one-way teleporters, and there's a bunch of mazes like that. But yeah, back to Estoma. It's questionable if it's worth the time, since, like, you don't always need to swerve out of your way to avoid encounters. So you can continue to do optimal movement, but sometimes you do, which means it would have been faster to Estoma, maybe, if you have to do it enough. It's very questionable if it's fast or not.
Object.
It used to be that you would redo Estoma whenever your Assassin Steps falls off, because they fall off at the same time. But with no longer the need to use Assassin Steps every minute and a half, Estoma's just kind of left on its own.
No more reading.
Alright, more flashing lights warning.
Recruitment.
And we're done for that section. Create some HP for a Rakshasa there. That's another like 150k fusion that we just don't have to do. Strength back.
discovered.
So long.
So long. This Soul Matrix level, Milady's 4th floor here, is considered the worst out of all the Soul Matrixes. So anybody who had a bad time here, I hope you are enjoying me just blowing through it on the completely correct path.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered.
There's just so many teleporters here
Enemy
that are all just dummy
present.
and don't actually take you anywhere, and they just send you back. But then there's a few good ones mixed in. Alright, so we've got the last flashing lights warning coming up here when I get over to these teleporters. Trying to give a little more warning this time.
Rare item found.
Alright, and that's the last of the flashing lights. Cirque.
A great power may grace our which strikes now.
Alright, we need a Principality with Dakini plus Pixie.
What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this?
And then we need an Angel.
What use could this? What use? What skills? Are you prepared for this?
And then we're gonna make Vithra with Boviri plus Mithras.
What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this?
And now that we've fused all the angels, we can make a
What skills shall they inherit?
our boy Xenophon.
Behold the birth of diabolic power.
Diabolic power.
Until
So Xenophon is basically the demon we're going to be using on Saizo until the end of the game. Vithra, Bufudai, Tony. And now we're headed back to do our grind to level 54.
Enemy detected. No more readings present.
We're going to specifically be fighting Dekarabias. We have a ton of ice damage available to us right now. We've got 2 Bufudines and
Enemy
a Mabafula.
discovered.
And Dekarabias come in pairs of just Dekarabias usually. And they're the 2nd or 3rd highest level mob in this entire dungeon, so they give that much EXP. They give a ton of EXP. And they're also very weak comparatively to a lot of other demons in here. That like the ones that are higher level than them. So
Object discovered.
they're also very, very common to find. So we shouldn't have any trouble finding them,
Enemy
is the hope.
no more readings present.
Dekarabia. That's not Dekarabia. That is scary. That is scary times. Please no. Please no, bullet.
Enemy detected. You no more readings present.
Dekarabia. There they are. There's our starfish lads.
I love so. Let's not push our luck. All right, ice cold. You don't have to tell how freeze your soul. Let the rebels begin.
Time to
Bring
kick
it
it
on.
off.
Damn good I
Go for it, Arrow.
almost fell asleep.
So now that I've found them once, I can track them with the log. Again, a very useful feature.
Powerful foe.
That is not a Dekarabia, that is a bully. Just immediately turn around. There's spawns? Hello? Okay, everything just went extinct for a long time. That was really weird.
I don't recognize this one.
So this is the encounter we want to see, is 3 Dekarabias and Pazuzu. On the floor above this, you can also find a bunch of Dekarabias, but you can only find 2 Dekarabias and a Pazuzu, or 3 Dekarabias. Down here, you can find 3 and the Pazuzu, which is just... It's still a 2-turn fight. So it's still a really easy fight to do in 2 turns. But, you know, there's an extra mob there, so you get all the more EXP. Like, I just got 75% of a level from one encounter.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered. No more readings present.
If you go up this way, sometimes you can find Dekarabia with Anubis and Yamato. Yamato and Anubis are the 2 mobs that are higher level than Dekarabia. They're really bulky, so it ends up being a 3-turn fight. But the EXP is worth it.
Here goes. Want a piece of this?
No.
That's your
Go for it, Arrow. Now let's roll. Now I got humility. You don't give me orders. Let the rebels easy win.
That's not quite 52.
Please treat this well.
So there we get life gain, and I was talking earlier how meat bullets, you know, gets better when you have life gain. So yeah, now we have life gain. So our meat bullet is going to be even stronger when we fuse that into a demon. And we're going to be fusing that Netataishi into a choo-choo train. And choo-choo train is going to be the base demon for basically all of our endgame meat bulleting. We're going to make some other demons off of him and like buy him back and do it again. So we're just going to basically be spreading life gain throughout all of our endgame meat bullet demons. So we just have that much more HP to meat bullet with.
Had to get in the way.
So now that we're 52, we can go do our first fusions.
Enemy
And also pick up this item over here, conveniently.
object discovered.
A great power may grace our which strike now. Make what skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this?
And there's our boy Choo Choo.
Until next time.
We get him now because we want to get as many levels on him as possible, so that those stat points are being transferred into the other demons we're going to be making out of him. Also, the level scaling in this game goes based off your character's level and your demon's level. So, if you have like a really low level demon but a high level character, you're still going to do crap for damage. So, getting more levels on your demons is just more damage because of the level scaling. So, it's very important that when you can fuse a demon you're going to use for a long time, you do so immediately so it can get all the EXP from the grinds you're doing. I think there was an enemy that was detected, by the way.
Enemy detected.
Just a hunch. Speedrunner's instinct.
Enemy detected.
Wrong enemy. That's the right. Hooray! So I need 2 more levels here. Hopefully they go by pretty quickly. I did forget to take Bamboo Slice on on
This might hurt.
Initiate.
Mithra here, so that is unfortunate because we're just gonna have to like auto this Titania to death.
Let's get them. Right on target.
Ringo's extra attacks help there.
Had to get in the way.
Enemy detected. You've no more reading.
Alright, this should be the Anubis encounter. Nope, just more Decoravias. I'm okay with that though. More Decoravias are what you want to see.
That'll work. Okay, thanks, guys.
You must be hungry.
Let's bring it on. Whoever brings them down gets great.
That was a joke.
53.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered. No more readings present.
I'll leave this to you.
This is good idea. Take
On it. Work.
good. I'm not how about how freeze your
Whoops, that was the wrong target. Oh well.
let the rebels begin. Regroup with this
Do it. Time to kick it off.
Now.
Wait it out. Time
What?
for
Yeah,
that right there.
thanks, guys. I was just getting started.
So one of the reasons Sandalphon is so good is because he learns Medi Dirahan, which is just a full HP recovery for every single party member.
Enemy detected.
And as you can imagine with meat bolting and being in the endgame, that's actually kind of really useful.
I'll handle this.
This guy
He also has Mazandine, which is one of the reasons we're able to grind later on, is because Mazandine is so strong.
What's the plan?
Sandalphon is basically just everything we need at this point in the game, and for the end game. He's good magic, he's good stats, he's good resistances, he's good abilities. Alright, 2 more encounters, I think?
Powerful foe. You've been
That's
discovered.
not a Decarabia. Leave me alone, sir! Oh my god! Why? Not like this!
No
Goodbye.
more readings.
Dr. Silk, you respawn everything, please.
Enemy detected. You
There we
have
are.
no readings present.
I'll take all right. Go.
Let's go with that.
You don't have to tell me.
Still can do.
Time
You
to
don't
kick
have
it
that
off.
work. Let's play it cool. Let the rebels begin.
Allow me to show you.
Let's change this up.
Easy shot. Nice.
Out of my way.
Easy shot. Done. Not as a letdown.
Actually, no, that's 54 right there. Cool. Alright, so speaking of Titanias, we're gonna fuse the best Titania in the game. She's literally going to be invincible.
Power may grace our. Now, which strike now? Make your choice. What's
Because we're gonna give her Medidirhan, Bufudine, Zandine, Null Fizz, Null Gun, and Concentrate.
Are you prepared?
She nulls every single element that's not elemental magic, and then she reflects every single elemental magic. It's very silly. She's so strong.
The vested
She cannot be damaged. Netataishi, registered Arhabaki. Oh crap, I just bought... how much did that ruin me? A lot. Well, that's gonna hurt.
But can you pay the price? Now, make your which strikes now. Make
Into
your choice.
power.
What skills shall they inherit?
Fire. What? Where's this Null Fizz coming from?
What use
Oh, right,
what
because
skills
I
shall
took a
they
registered
inherit?
one. Conk, Tetra Acid Breath.
Are you prepared for this?
Hi, Kitty.
Now, make your choice.
Into Loki.
What skills?
Poo-Poo's and Null Fire. Theodine, Null Gun, and Concentrate.
Are you prepared for this?
Alright, if I have enough money for this fusion, we're fine.
Now, make your choice.
Surplus Cybele. Okay, we're fine.
What skills?
Money problems are not problems any longer. Rockudine, Tetra, Mako, Roar, and Conk.
Are you prepared for this?
Kitty, please. Kitty, why are you like this?
Until
Kitty wants snuggles, but I'm going fast, so we can't snuggle the kitty. Tanya, Choo-Choo, Loki, Elfon. Alright, so this next boss is Azazel. He starts Force Weak and eventually makes himself Fizz Weak. He's got like 2 phases and he does a bunch of stuff with poison and annoying things and something Meat Bolt's gonna go burr.
What do you think?
Okay. Let's spice
This
things
is
up.
all
Got
you
me
want.
strong.
Let's get
Feel your
powering
brother.
up.
We
Got
gotta
it.
win this.
Time to get by all you want.
Let me see. Time to this should do it.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Hiya!
I know we
Shall
can
we?
do this.
There's gotta be.
Whatever it takes.
What's our
Fine.
opener?
Okay,
It's one of
got it. Now here I come.
Go
Got
for
it.
it, Melody.
You like that? I know we
Okay.
can do this.
Beat him down.
Let the rebels dinner time.
That's enough.
So here he's gonna Laws of Wisdom, Megidolon. Next turn he's gonna Tarakaja and Guillotine Fake. Those are consistent attacks. And then the turn after that he's gonna be dead. Whoa, something weird happened here. Uh-oh.
Let's spice things up.
Alright, well... This is fine.
We gotta win this. No matter what.
Time to get Let's finish this. I know
Let's
we
go.
can win this.
What's our opener? Let's go.
Glad you've got my back.
Hang in there. I'll be okay.
This is awkward a sec.
Hold yourself together.
This is not your
Gonna have to do this, I guess.
What to do. I'll get started. Here I come. You're wide open.
Okay.
Is that your plan? Let the rebels begin.
Uh-oh. Problem time is now. Oh yeah, we just died. Alright.
Sorry.
Alright, so that was my fault. I mismenued there. A good example, though, of how if you don't do these fights correctly, you do just die. As it turns out. Thankfully, this is an extremely short fight,
We gotta win this.
so it's not that catastrophic.
You know the drill. Don't be a hero.
What's our opener? Here goes. What's our
Let's roll.
opener?
Let's get distinct physical parameters.
Here's my own absurdity. I'll crush you.
Shall we? Be on your There's gotta be
Whatever it takes. Let's roll. I hate good hit.
Okay. I'll take this power. As long as we work together
Got
about
it.
that goes.
Love to see it. Let the rebels begin.
Here's my own absurdity. I'll crush you.
Bad. Let's change this up. You still okay over there, Sizo?
Just what I needed.
I understand.
Let's go. Sizo,
Done yet.
still good?
Want a piece of this?
And
They're strong.
for now,
Be on
this
your
is
guard.
distinct physical parameters. Just to be safe. You'll see. Let's finish this. You know the drill. Don't be a hero.
Here's my own absurdity.
Bad.
Alright, here's what was supposed to happen. Meat bullet, and then a third meat bullet. And then he's dead. Heck of a beard.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered.
Alright, so now we've got a short run to the next boss. No grind before the next boss. We're already just high enough level, fortunately.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered. Enemy detected. You've been discovered.
So, yeah, seismic boosting options are great. It's just like, we just fought this demon from another world who's dropped all this fucking, like, sequel knowledge on us. It's like, hey, the story's not over, it's just beginning, there's gonna be so much else. And then we're just like, heck of a beard, huh? Just, like, completely disregard what he was saying and be like, wow, what a beard on that guy.
More readings present. Enemy detected. You've been discovered.
So in case this place didn't look very Final Dungeon-y to you guys, it's about to change drastically and look very Final Dungeon-y. So don't worry, we still have a Final Dungeon.
No more readings present.
We go from underwater to the sea, Ariel and the Little Mermaid, to completely bone death everywhere. Very, very, very different.
A great power may grace our state, which strikes your now.
Yamato is Orthus plus Arhabaki.
What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this? Are you prepared for this? Now, make your choice.
Sudama with Oyamatsuni and
What
Cyranope.
skills
Fog Breath, Tetrakarn, Bukudine. Arkarn, and
Are you prepared for this? Until next time.
Comp Smith.
How's your comp today?
Doing good.
Want
Thank you.
a tank? Need to come again?
I reboot, and then on this fight, you really don't want to miss. So those Bambinos that we got before, we're going to eat one now to have some increased accuracy for this fight. Loki, Titania, Esau.
Enemy detected.
Alright, so for whoever was looking forward to the Devil Summoner fight, Hozumi, we're at that fight now. And much like the rest of the bosses in the game, this guy's got basically two phases. His first phase, he's only got 2 demons out, and like his demons counterattack you. You're supposed to kill him basically pure off Sabbath damage. We're gonna play by the rules for a little bit here, but not too much.
You need this. Let's go.
Tetrakarn is insanely good on this fight because it basically protects you from all the damage. Here we're gonna damage condenser to focus the Sabbath damage on Hozumi here. And we're gonna build up our stat count pretty insane here. Much as we can. And that does 800 damage to him or so. We're gonna do one more set of nice turn extension. We're gonna do one more set of Kong's Zeodine on him.
Physical parameters.
We work together.
Take it away. I know this will turn the
Be
tables.
helpful.
I'll come along.
Leave it to me.
You know what to do.
I'll take initiative. Do it.
While we also work on setting ourselves up for some bullets of meat.
See you handle this. Got nothing on me.
You know what to do.
Two Tetrachar on the turn.
We work together. There.
So now Hozumi is talking a lot of crap for somebody who's in meat bullet range. And you can guess what happens next.
There.
Oh, that was rude.
See you handle this. Got nothing on me. Ready to shall we?
That's gonna set me back a turn,
What do you think?
unfortunately.
You know what to do. Physical parameters.
But that's fine. My buffs are in our bad spot anyway, so I wouldn't have been able to attack this turn anyways. Rude! Absurdly, incredibly rude, sirs.
I'm not your baby. You need this. Let's finish this.
As long as we work together.
I'll back you up.
This should do it. Stop me. There. See you handle this. Got nothing on me. This should do it. They're strong. And sorry. Be on your mark. Not done yet. Be okay.
Boosting physical.
Remember to
Alright.
pace yourselves, everyone.
I'll back you up. Let's finish this.
What are you thinking?
Here goes. Still with me? Dance! Let's keep up the pace.
Help me out here. This should do it. There.
Saw that coming.
See you handle this. Got nothing on me.
Initiating sync.
Alright, here we go.
What we gotta win this. No matter what.
Initiating power.
What's our opener?
I'll get serious. Might work. Wide open. Think so.
What are you thinking?
Oh, he wasn't charged. Crap.
Still with me?
Alright, didn't matter. Beat bullet OP! So we purposely take a death there because the demons counter us and there's just no way to avoid that really. But it's worth it to end the fight. The second phase of the fight is he summons two more demons, one of them being a Titania that he can heal with. And the way that fight works is every time you kill one of his demons, he just immediately resummons and keeps buffing them. It's really a pain in the butt and really awful. So, you know, invalidating it is just the better way to handle the fight.
Enemy detected. No more readings present.
Couldn't beat that guy on hard. Did you try Meatball?
No more readings present. Enemy detected. You've been discovered.
Our Lord and Savior, Bullet of Meat.
No more readings present.
So now we have a run through this bone area. This area is absolutely massive, so it's actually faster to work out every single time we reach an end of a part. And we have to answer a bunch of questions about how we feel about the decisions being made in the game. You know, your standard law, chaos, SMT stuff. The only thing this actually affects, though, is how many Dominions you fight at the end of this area. We're going to fight all three of them because while we could answer in such a way that we only have to fight one Dominion, fighting three of them only extends the fight by a single turn, and you get a lot more experience for fighting three of them.
No more readings present. Enemy detected. No more readings present.
Null Fizz is also a really good way to deal with the Hozumi fight because, like, you just stick Null Fizz on your Titania or something, or a bunch of demons from Rakshasa, and you just attack Hozumi without and ignore his demons. And all the demons do physical attacks on their counter, so like having Null Fizz just completely ignores that whole mechanic. And Null Fizz is pretty easy to come by since you can fuse Rakshasa at this point, and he learns it after one level.
Powerful foe detected.
Remember when this was all underwater and pretty? Pepperidge Farm remembers. But no, we gotta get the final dungeon. Go kill God vibes.
more readings present. Enemy detected.
Alright, last door. This door is actually faster to walk back to the door and open it rather than walk back, because the distance between where you get the key and the teleport at the start is just so great now that it's faster to run it back instead of warping.
No more readings present.
We're not necessarily killing God in this. No, we're killing God in
You've been
this.
discovered.
I'm not even going to try to sugarcoat it. I was going to say it's like a combination of godly entities fused into one with a giant supercomputer and an android. But no, it's just God. We're just going to kill
No
God.
more readings present.
I mean, it's easier to just call it God.
Enemy
It basically
discovered.
is. It has the power to rewrite the world. That's pretty godly.
No more readings present.
So now that we've opened all the gates... Oh, I didn't get the warp point, though. Crap. Oops. We're gonna eat the best food in the game called the Devotion Sukukamen. There's only 2 of these you can get per your entire playthrough. And instead of increasing EXP for one party member, they increase EXP for all party members, which is basically as good as it sounds. And since we're going into the final boss fights, we no longer need Ringo ahead of the pack, so we want to, kind of catch up the rest of our party members. So unfortunately, my dummy didn't get this waypoint, so I had to run this back. But what we're going to do here is we're going to put on very specific demons. You get Sandalphon, you get Titania, actually you get Loki, you get Titania, and you Gamma. And there's force augments we got way back at the start of the run. Now is when we're going to be using them. The best way to grind in this entire game, the highest level mob, period, is Floros. Well, period except for post-game and, like, DLC. Is Floros, and you find Floros in the final branches of this area. To put things in perspective, Floros is level 67. There he is, but he's with an Anata, and you don't want to fight Anata. Anata's terrible to fight. Floros is level 67. We're level 57. These guys are insanely high level. But we have a setup that kind of really nulls a lot of them and a lot of what they do. So we're just gonna be like, yo nerds, 1, don't kill us, and 2, we're just gonna kill him. Hellfire is not what you want to see, by the way. Alright, well, we didn't die. That was terrible, though. Oh, I don't even have to stack up this already. What am I doing? But these are also, like, the bulkiest mob in the entire game. The lady is probably dead here. So close to living, though. This is a really bad fight to have started with, for sure. But basically, only Milady is vulnerable to all of their attacks, so you're not likely to actually take that much damage.
On to the next.
But they just give so much EXP that grinding off anything else is just silly. Especially because you have such access to Zan at this point.
Enemy did no more readings present.
Now I can search them. Also, fun fact, the face for Floros is not the tiger leopard face you see on his chest. There's a sword coming out of his head, and that's actually where the face is. It's a really silly thing about Floros, but that's where his actual face is. Dang it.
You know what to work. You know what to do. Now we're good. Let's finish burning.
Alright, there's the Agadine. So if you don't miss your hits on this fight, you can usually kill any encounter of Floros except for the quad encounter in 2 turns. We've just been kind of getting unlucky here.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered.
Wherefore art thou, Floros? There you are.
Shall we?
Go ahead, I hear you. Let's finish. Go with the... Damn it. That one means business. Let's go.
Lady, stop missing!
Saw that coming.
That one means business. Show them a good time. Now let's roll. Right on target. Keep it like how about too slow. Don't expect
Dang it, milady!
Saw that coming.
Let's not
Got
push
it.
our luck. My power
We're not out yet.
some room to breathe. Gotta stand my just to
Thank you.
About what I figured.
Recruitment opportunity.
Alright, so since we're 58, we are going to head out and fuse. We also kind of needed MP, so...
Great power may grace
this was like the only grind in the run where like we're actually really strapped on MP.
What
We're gonna make
use
ourselves
can
another beef Hawaii here.
What use? What skills? Are you prepared for this?
And we're gonna take beef Hawaii plus Choo Choo Train and make him into Kresnik.
Are you prepared for this?
And Kresnik is one of our final game Fizz Demons. He's gonna learn Life Surge, which is a very strong skill. And then we're gonna resummon our Choo Choo Train
But can you pay the price?
and turn this Choo Choo Train into a Cerberus
No choice.
with help from power.
What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this?
So Kresnik and Cerberus are 2 of our endgame Fizz Demons, and then the last one is Yamato. So we used up that Devotion Sukukamen, unfortunately, so we're going to go buy the second one from the pizza stand here.
Please come again.
Or the ramen cart, rather.
Welcome. Thanks. Come again.
And then we're going to head back to the tower. And here our goal is to hit 60 on Ringo and 59 on everyone else.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered. No more readings present.
Get the ball rolling.
Let's not waste our goodbye.
Yeah, and Anadas are just absolutely not worth fighting. They are... if you think Floros are bulky, with how little damage we're doing with them, Anadas have about 3 times the HP as a Floros does. It's kind of nuts how strong they are. We're going to take the rear one here, because the rear one has a chance of being a quad. Like that.
Good idea.
And you fight quads slightly differently, because you want to get a high stack count for the EXP bonus. It's a lot more worthwhile doing that when there's a quad. So we're going to want to use stack optimize here. Man, that feel when you Tetrakarn and all they do is freaking Also, the extra turn here is extremely good.
Good go time. Let's see. Sounds good to me. That's gotta hurt. Let's go. Let's see some action.
I'm not your baby.
Look at this stack count. And then I also get a Repel Fist. Nice. So that's a skill we just got on Dekarabia, is we can now cast Repel Fizz on Sabbath, which is insanely helpful for this grind in particular.
Wow, over already?
Did we get the thing there? What is the button for it? We did get the fake weed man. Wow. Is that actually even good? Yeah, I've determined this is not good.
I'll let you start.
Alright.
Do it, Saizo.
Sounds good to me. That's gotta hurt.
If I was smart, I should have healed. I did not. But Milady shouldn't die because we're swapping the Dekarabia here anyways, so she's only vulnerable to Fizz attacks. And the Makajamon, I guess. Hopefully we don't see Makajamon, though. Hooray! More extra turns! Get him!
Go for the weak spot. Shall we? Let's see. Here we go.
Good, let's go. I'll handle you wide open.
Impressive. Here goes. Nice.
Let the rebels
You can fight like that all day.
Life Surge! So now Yamato just gives 30% more HP to everyone, which, as we've covered with Meat Bullet, is very good.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered. No more readings present.
My map is so zoomed in now.
Don't miss now. Got it. That's bad. Yeah, we need to watch ourselves. Leave it to me. Let's finish this. How about honest Ringo? That looks promising. Ringo.
Not apply. Usually they restock on story progress, and there's no more story to progress here. So it might be something with like real time as well, if it's not story progress. But if for all purposes during the speedrun, we cannot get any more. Nice strength on Cerberus there.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered.
Begin.
Sure.
Let's prompt it.
Let's go.
Let's prompt it. Now remain right on target. You like that? We need to watch ourselves. I won't let you down.
That's a nasty one. How about that?
Don't give me
Let's start serving.
Sure.
Good idea.
That was the wrong target.
Here I come.
What's the plan?
Turn the tables. I won't let you down. Still with me?
Go for
Okay,
it,
when I let's get down on.
That truck.
Time to help. Let's roll. Ringo, take them out. Easy. Out of my way. Wow. Over already?
Okay, one more encounter here. Unfortunately, I need the chakra drop arrow, so I have enough MP for the encounter.
Enemy detected. You no more readings.
Please no one Nata!
Careful.
Hooray!
Accessing data.
Rongas. Rongas are not the greatest to see, but, I mean, they're fine. They're still weak to force, so...
Watch ourselves. Let's finish this. Got it, Ringo. Let the rebels yeah.
They can do Heaven's Bow sometimes, which is a really, really dangerous skill.
Let's go. On your orders. Yeah, go for it. Go for the weak spot.
Not just to do it. How risky that is.
You must be hungry.
Oh, whatever it takes. I could fight like that all day.
Alright, there we go. So now we basically just need to clear out the soul matrices and fight the final boss. Access. Also, I was a fool and I could have had these skills a long time ago and I just didn't.
What do you... What do you... What do you...
Okay.
Enemy detected. No more readings present.
So basically here we're going to have a bit of a mini boss rush of going through all of the different story bosses for each character throughout the game and tearing them a new one, more or less.
Go time.
Because we're really high level now, the bosses are pretty weak. But they still can murder me if I'm not careful. Oh, I forgot to fuse Bale. Oh.
You know what
Shall
to
we?
do. I try all you
Let's go. I'll take this and do it.
You know what to do.
Got a hunch? We're gonna win this. No matter what. As long
Got
as we
it.
work together.
You'll see. Let's finish this.
Attack.
Here goes.
That's more like it.
Back there.
All right. In my sight.
Let's go.
Feeling burning hell. Let's roll. It's time to improvise. Let's change our...
What do you think? Might work.
No, we...
You know the drill. Might work. Don't be a hero.
Come, my let's...
So the gimmick on this fight is he's going to put target on you, and then he's going to target, like, everything is going to target that character forever. So we're going to swap to Tanya, who nulls and repels literally everything, to get around that. Krasnik, Yamato, Seraphon. And then my other two characters, who are now basically never going to take damage, because of that target, and just, pound away with Meatball.
I'll take this and do it. We're
Let's
strong.
roll. This is the physical parameters.
Meet my guest.
Nice wasted effort.
Shall we?
I wish you did this so seriously.
You know the drill.
One way to
Don't
find
miss.
out.
You know what to do.
Move it right on target.
Nice crit. Again, I'm not worried about being at 1 HP because of that target debuff. They're all just going to attack her into doing nothing. And then you just finish off the fight.
You are strong.
Well, that was kind of one-sided.
And that right there is a very, very new strat, by the way. No, the old strat was like use Zeodyne from Bale and Loki, but we no longer keep Zeodyne on Loki because we only needed it for that fight. So I opted to do that strat instead. I was supposed to have Bale there. We're gonna go fuse him right now, in fact, to get Zeodyne damage, but I mean, it didn't really matter at the end.
Grace our stage.
Bale is mostly just a safety demon. He might not see any use, but if he does see use, he's gonna save the run.
Which strikes now? Make your choice.
Bale, Xenophon, Dionysus, Theodyne, Lysandine, blah blah, blah blah.
Are you prepared for this? This, but can you pay the price? Until next time.
It's great to see you.
I need to make sure I have some of these. A few more of these. Get some of these. Get some of these. I'd like a Super Contra Pearl. I would also like a Taru Contra Pearl, and I guess I'll take a Raku Contra Pearl. Give me all the chakra drops you can give me more revival beads, and we're done. Just doing some stock up on stuff. Since this is the end of the run, we can afford to spend all the stuff we've been hoarding for the entire game. B slot. Yeah. Oh, I never checked if I had enough Dragon's Eyes for Fizz Boost. I don't think I do. Oh, I do. Heck yeah. 4 damage.
Don't break it, okay?
So Fizz Boost is exactly what it sounds. It doesn't just increase my meat bullet damage, it only increases it if I'm hitting a weakness with it. But fun fact, the final boss in its final phase gives itself a Fizz weakness. How nice for us.
No more readings present.
And in case that doesn't tell you anything, spoilers, we're going to phase skip the entire final boss. The final boss, much like Raven, has a whole mechanic where he's gonna, once he's under half health, he starts taking less damage from everything, and your only hope of defeating him is killing him through Sabbath damage. But he summons a bunch of adds that absorb the Sabbath damage, so you have to kill those first, and it's just a huge pain in the butt. But if you never drop him below half health, he never does it. So you can just... If you somehow magically find a way to do 60% of the boss's HP in one turn, cough me, bullet cough, you know, you can just skip all of that.
Enemy detected.
Sounds crazy.
Oh, come along.
No more readings present.
Sounds good to me.
You see the forming of a trend, don't you though? It's almost like Meat Bullet lets you do some really dumb things by doing the majority of a boss's HP pool in a single turn. So this boss, it's usually arguably not worth going for Meat Bullet strats. This boss is weak to ice, and we have a bunch of really good ice damage, so we can kind of just do that to him. Hey, Sizer, you want to have a demon on?
Let's go. You know what to do. Access ice cold. That's so. I'm not your babysitter. Time to get. Let's finish this. Out of my way.
Here's the boost.
Here I go.
Nice home.
Let's change this up.
Shall we?
You're gonna win this.
Feeling the water help. Let's roll.
As long as we work together, we got this.
Make the call.
Here goes.
You must be hungry.
Oh crap, that's not dead. Uh-oh. God, I can't see anything.
Shall we?
Yeah, please.
On a piece of
This is not cat percent.
Getting started. No more games. We've got an edge now.
The break.
Yes, let's finish this.
What's our opener?
Let's get powering up.
You know the drill.
I'll take
Don't be a hero.
Ow, can you not?
All right.
Didn't expect you to get
Gotta win this.
Alright, this is probably not the best turn to meet bullet on. All things considered.
Let's start serving.
Here she goes. I'll play it.
Good idea. Ringo, take them out.
Let's go. What's our opener?
Finish this.
YOLO! Alright, 3,200 damage crit. Let's go.
About what I figured.
Damage! Why is Size the best character? Because he's written insanely well. Alright, so the next two bosses we're going to be fighting in Sizo Soul Matrix are both weak to Force, so we won't be using any Meat Bulleting here. It's unfortunate, I know everybody loves Meat Bullet, but unfortunately there's just not a place for it in these next two fights.
You're strong. All right. Be on your guard. Let's spice things.
This is
You gotta win this.
This'll take
matter
the
what.
physical parameters.
You don't
We
have
work
to
together.
tell me.
Sometimes you gotta risk it. Let me see.
Ooh, that'll work.
This power.
Too late for regrets now.
Here goes. It looks like it'll work. What's our
Like
opener?
that? Leave it to me.
Yeah, good
Ringo,
work.
for me, take them out.
With this power, you don't have to tell me twice.
Almost fell asleep.
Enemy detected. You've been discovered. No more readings present.
So here's the last Soul Matrix we have to do. This is Sizo's 4th floor. Once we get through this Soul Matrix, we are done with the Soul Matrixes. And we can go fight the final boss.
You've been discovered. No more readings present. Enemy detected. You've been discovered. No more readings present. Enemy detected. You've been discovered. No more readings present.
I have a stoma. I just forget it. I forget it because there's just no reason to go into that menu anymore. You also just get it so late into the run. It's also only useful in the Soul Matrixes, so it's hard to remember. So we're gonna get this teleporter here and then immediately turn around. There's one more meta ability we want on Sizo, and we need to unlock one more gate to get it, so we're actually gonna go out of our way. The ability we're gonna get from this is called Sharpshooter's Spirit. And what it says is, it's very in theme with the run. It says, a random chance to cancel an opponent's attack whenever they use a fizz or gun skill, which the final boss does a lot of. So, you know, it's just a percentage chance that they will do nothing with their turn instead of doing a ton of damage to us. And, I mean, it just goes further in line with invalidating the bosses, right?
No more readings present.
So here we have one more fight with Ash. And she still has her force weakness, so being as force-centric as we are, we're going to take advantage of that.
I'll take this and do it.
Out of my way. Time for some pain. Come on. Go. Initiating sync. You know what to do.
Help me out here. Shall we?
You're such a child, Ringo.
Right on target.
Well, with this power, let's go back. There it is.
Meant like that?
You sure?
You think you can order me around?
You must be
Stay out of this. This is my answer.
Ow.
How about this? The how? You know what to do.
Let's whip up.
You don't have to start it, Ringo.
Goodbye, Ash.
I could fight like that all day.
Alright, there's my life surge on Kresnik. That's super important. You don't need it, but it's sure as heck nice. This is the best cutscene in the game. I'm sad we have to skip it. But basically the end of the Soul Matrixes are showing the character's future. And you see Saizo here, he's just waiting around, and then Ash shows up. And she's like, wait, weren't you going to pick up the kid? And he's just like, wait, we have a kid? It's fantastic. He gets the girl. So we've got one more quick fusion to do before the final fights. This is to get rid of our gun weakness on Sandalphon. Sandalphon has a gun weakness, and a lot of the final bosses use gun skills, and we would rather not be eating those to the face. What am I missing here? Warcry, Medidirhan, Acid Breath, No Gun, Petrichron, Bloodlust. Okay, no, this is everything. I just don't take Blood Breath.
Until next time.
Don't need to skip anything. I know. But I'm sure I'm also kind of going for a PB at the moment, so because this run might PB. Kresnik, Cerberus.
Enemy detected.
So here's the 3 Dominion fight. You again have a choice to only fight one of these, but it doesn't really save time to fight one. You can kill just one of them on one turn with 3 meat bullets, but there's 3 Dominions and we have 3 meat bullets, so
What do you think? I'm not your favorite.
1 meat bullet, 2 meat bullet,
You know what to do.
3 meat bullet, and 4th meat bullet for good measure. No, I missed. Wow, I missed and it actually survived, and then it counter kills itself. Let's go. But yeah, you just get a lot more EXP for killing 3 Dominions there, as opposed to 1. And sometimes that EXP can trip you over a level value, which really helps. So here we're gonna eat some aim food and go fight the final boss. You know my demons one more time. Loki, Titania, Alright, so the first phase of this fight is really, really hard. It's probably the hardest fight in the game, the first phase. The amount of damage you have to deal with because the boss is getting 3 turns is absurd. Kitty, stop! He's chewing on my speaker cables, dude. Hey, you need to... Second phase is a lot easier, but she's going to summon 4 clones of herself, and we're going to invalidate one of the clones with a meat bullet. And we're going to prep that meat bullet right here at the start of the fight. And basically carry it to the end of the fight. We're going to use that shield deployment skill we got to not take as much damage on this turn, because this is the hardest turn of the fight. It's the first turn. So Arc Light is an ability that resets all of your buffs down a stage and then does a ton of damage to you. It's very, very, very painful, and we don't like it. That's why we kept a skill on Loki called Mystic Temptation that reverses all of our buffs to make it so that we don't really have to deal with that. Stop. So there you can saw Saizo cancel one of the attacks, which is really nice. So the phase happens at half health here, so we're just gonna whittle Fig down to half health. Much like Raven, we want her to reflect herself into the next phase. Which is why we're constantly setting up Tetrakarn here. We're not going to concentrate here because we're trying to ease close, not like push her over immediately. And she's honestly pretty close now. What's my turn order here? My turn order is not ideal at the moment. We're going to shield deployment again here because there's another Arc Light coming, and we're going to prep some concentrates.
You know the drill. Don't be a hero.
Stop me.
Let this mark the death.
You blocked it.
Enjoy the show.
Let's keep up the
Okay.
pace.
Let's spice things up.
Good idea.
That's enough of a warm-up, huh? Help me out here.
So at this point, we're basically just going to let her just do a bunch of reflect damage to herself and keep herself up normally. Dang it.
Pretty damn stubborn. Here goes. Let's spice things up.
What do you make up your mind?
Alright, this is good enough, actually.
Let this mark the death of pain. To end the world's despair.
So this is the second phase. There's 4 clones of her. They're all weak to a different element. The colors are a pretty big clue.
Want to give it a try, maybe?
The most important thing is you kill that purple one immediately upon phase. Because that purple one casts Vakarakan, which basically means you can't do anything in the fight anymore. And it's a really, really bad time.
Remember, they might.
So we must fight on.
That'll work.
So we must fight on.
Good job, Eric. We need to watch ourselves. I won't let you down. Still with me? How's this?
Sometimes you gotta risk it.
Let's start service.
Once there's 2, she uses mass conversion to change all of their weaknesses. That ice one that's up is going to become weak to force, and the force is going to become weak to fire. And since we have that information, we can continue to just bully this fight.
Give it a shot. That might be dangerous right now.
Such power. So
As such,
You like that?
Think this through, maybe.
you can't hit me.
dang it.
I know we can win this. Just getting
Let's go.
started.
You can't hit me. Why preserve your pain?
Unfortunately, when there's only one left, this fight gets really, really hard, so this is going to be kind of scary for a little while.
Just to be safe.
Want to give it a try?
As we slowly whittle this one down to death here.
I'll get serious.
Um,
I'll stop you. Yeah, good plan.
I'm gonna actually use the super charge pearl that we picked up.
What are you thinking? Whatever it takes.
Too late for regret.
Why can't you understand? Nobody has to lose.
Let's change that.
Better safe than sorry.
How sick! We gotta win this.
Raven.
No matter what.
Can you handle this? Wide open.
You like that?
That's-
Love to see it.
Catching up
Try and do me proud.
Take this.
Alright, so that's the first two phases of the fight. We get a full heal going into this next phase. This next phase is really difficult. I'm not really going to be able to talk too much, but basically the boss has a lot of unique skills that mess with your buff debuffs. We're going to be trying to whittle it down to 60% in a single turn, and then from 60 to dead with meat bullets.
Thanks for all you shall we? Thanks, shall we?
Might work. Let's finish this. Time to get by all you want.
Yeah, good plan. Let's get the powering up.
You go.
Gotta stand my
Big
ground.
this power. Time to rest. Liv should do it.
Ow, flailing frenzy.
We gotta win this.
Okay.
No matter what.
Decage mist.
Big this power.
Balm of life.
As long as we work together,
Gotta
we
stand my
got
ground.
this.
So we got the bad RNG pattern here. You want to see physics paradox first, and we didn't.
What's the backup?
Let's finish this.
He is weak to electric and force, so we need to swap to Veil here.
We gotta win this. No matter what.
Yeah, good plan. You'll get
Gonna Mystic Temptation to fix our buffs,
I know we can win.
and then just defend.
What are you thinking? We need to watch ourselves.
Fine. I'll get serious.
It's your call.
Big. Right on target.
Why didn't I use Zio? Oh, I never conked either. Alright, this is a little dicey at this point.
We gotta win this. Go for it, Ringo.
Do a little bit of extra damage here. Not too much though. That should be good.
You like that? Blow me for this.
Let's start servants.
Alright, barely didn't phase there. Holy crap. That should have been a phase. We pushed him way too close, but we're totally fine.
Let's keep up the pace.
Fight's back on track, basically. Nick. No. You get Yamato. You get have Cerberus. Okay. Alright.
Let's do this by the book.
So now we just stall until he becomes weak to Fizz and keep our buffs up. And then we finish it from there.
You know the drill. Don't be a hero.
Oh, that Boiling Frenzy could have been bad. Alright, let's just go. He's weak to Fizz. Oh, and I can even get the Roar out because I got that extra turn? That's insane. Example of extra turn on Ringo being insane.
You know the drill.
So time is on the... No, we missed! No! Oh, that's so bad.
Sorry, but I'm not dying. Better safe than sorry. Don't just charge in. Take a break. I'm hurt.
If you die, I'll still be.
Too late for regrets now.
On the final boss, she missed, dude. Oh, no. Alright, we got the reboot proc. That's why we get reboot.
I'll come along. Fine. I'll get this guy right on target.
That's the notch. Big. Like I overlooked that.
Too late for regrets now. I think so.
So the boss just slowly gets stronger and stronger from here. So it's kind of a huge DPS race to kill him, as you can see. Owl, by the way. I didn't expect it to do that much damage, but here we are.
What's our opening?
No, the miss target, dude! Why did it target the wrong thing? Alright, Sing is fine. We can handle Sing.
Alright.
Good idea.
Go for the weak spot.
Pretty like that?
Alright, he's dead. Alright, time is coming up here. God dang it, milady. Time is on this dialogue option. Time. And we're just gonna turn on auto so we can watch these credits. We're super ahead of schedule, so I'm just gonna let these credits play, or like let these final scenes and credits play, because you know, going over or underestimate by like 45 minutes is not great. I kept telling them to lower it. But yeah, overall, not a bad run. I think it was barely not a PB, unfortunately.
No.
I had my own timer running, but I forgot to start my timer when I actually started the run, so I started it a little late. What's the final time?
This is the only chance we've got. There's still a future where the two of you make it. So hurry.
5:35. 5:35 on the dot, because PB is a 5:35:11 is PB. 20 seconds. Dang. All right. Missed PB by 15 seconds. Literally all Milady's fault. I also, you know, died on Azazel. That kind of cost me the PB too. But, oh well. He breaks killed it. So that's the thing, is I took a bunch of them in my PB too, because I was treating my PB, which was Sunday actually, as a practice run. So I was like not taking it very seriously and taking a bunch of bathroom breaks and stuff. And it's like I just had my timer running just in case. And lo and behold, new strats are actually fast. Who would have thought?
Protection set to 0. Soul hack. Systems are go.
So we killed Fig. She was the final boss, but since we got the true ending, Ringo is amazing at soul hacking people, so we're actually able to bring her back to life.
I know I can still save you. Don't leave me.
And yes, as a friendly reminder, there is soul hacking in this game. It's the only SMT title that is true to its name. You actually do soul hack people.
This is so nice.
You think so?
After all the battle and danger you've been through, this is what you stepped back for. To help the children. To help give these new lives a future.
Please, it's nothing that noble.
But yeah, this game is a ton of fun to run. As you could tell, there's 1.5 billion things to keep track of when you're running it, which makes it one of the more difficult speedruns for sure. You've got to keep in mind enemies you're fighting. You've got to keep in mind where to find the enemies, what your drops have been, how to, you know, kill things really quickly, when is the optimal time to be using your commander skills. There's just a lot to it. You have to basically know all of the boss fights to know when they're going to phase, if they are, and how to push damage appropriately.
You don't have to. children don't have to.
Man, I'm so sad that Milady ruined everything. That was almost a perfect quick kill from the worst possible scenario. And to speak on how hard that quick kill is actually to get, for the first 5 or 6 runs of this game, I knew the quick kill was theoretically possible and I would go for it, but I was never able to properly execute it because it was just so hard to not overdamage that first phase. Because it's like you get him to like 65% and you're like, oh my god, I need to do more damage. But, you know, then you don't actually need to do more damage because Meatball is just so strong. Meat Bullet's a great skill, by the way. Meat Bullet is what makes this run so much fun. If we had to do this run with just purely magic, it would be not only a way different run, but a way harder run. Because you don't get to, you know, skip 90% of the boss fights with it. Like, the Raven fight in the shipping district is near impossible. Like, it's doable, but it's near impossible without the meatball strat to do in a speedrun.
Ringo. You hacked an ion construct soul? You're as reckless as ever.
Says the lady who tried to hack the entire human race. That's not like you.
Even at the end here, Ringo is still sassy as heck.
I can't say what's like you. I never even tried to know you. I think that ended up really weighing on you. In a lot of ways. I'm sorry, Fig.
No. I was the one who hurt you. And you're my friend. I'm the one who should apologize.
The schedule's a mess. I mean, I ruined the schedule, so we gotta watch the ending to fix the schedule.
What are you talking about, Fig?
Thankfully, it's a decently long ending. Not long enough, but it's enough.
I can't. I already made my decision to fight you. I have to take responsibility for what I've done. And I want to honor Raven's memory in my own way.
So it was Raven who drove you to this.
You must think I'm so stupid. Trying to change the world just because my emotions took over.
Nah, that sounds like pretty much everyone I've ever met. Besides, my own emotions are the whole reason I'm here.
But yeah, highly recommend this game. If you've been on the fence about buying it because you heard some bad reviews or that it wasn't a good game, I would say disregard them. The characters and writing in this game are absolutely fantastic. The dungeons aren't the greatest. The combat is much better now that the patch has been released. Same with the Demon Fusion system. They sort of fixed all of the problems this game could have had, aside from, like, you know, just the raw dungeons itself. With the patch.
No single person thinks the same way.
And if you like it, pick up the speedrun. I'm the only runner. There is a Korean runner. He runs easy any %. And unfortunately his time is like 3 hours slower than mine. We use completely different routes, so it makes sense, but I think there's a lot they could probably incorporate. I don't think by any sense of the word my route is good. I never make good routes. But I routed this game purely myself. So, and over time, doing all these marathon runs of it, I've just been slowly peppering in things here and there until it got to the point where it is now. Beef, the only run that's I run. Yeah, it's totally not half the things I run on marathon channels of games that I run. Seventh Dragon. I haven't ran Monochrome Mobius in a marathon yet. Which, by the way, if you guys are on the fence about Monochrome Mobius, or you've never heard of it, strongly recommend that game. It came out in November. It was completely overshadowed because Pokemon came out the next day. But it's a very good entry into the Utawari Rumono series. And if you haven't played or watched that series, strongly recommend that as well, because it is an incredibly good story.
Ringo, give up. Let me go. If you don't, you'll get pulled in with me.
You can't leave. If you're gonna disappear somewhere else, then I'm coming with you. I don't want another sad goodbye. I don't want that ever again.
Yeah, the Monochrome Mobius is a traditional RPG instead of way more of a visual novel, and
Can't just say that.
they knocked it out of the park for their first game. Like, they knocked it out of the park. It is an insanely good game. The system in it is very well developed, and is really fun.
I don't care where we go.
The balancing is really good. When the game came out, the game was actually way too hard, and they've added so many balance patches, making it easier over time. Because even on normal difficulty, like, if you didn't pump your magic defense and defense with all of your extra bonus skill points, you would just get like 1 and 2 shot by bosses. It was insane. But I've routed and ran that game. It's a really fun game. I would love to show it off on this channel sometime, but I don't think it's it's probably not gonna get in anything. I don't know if I'll still have the interest a year from now when Questing for Glory comes around, and it's not what I'm planning to submit for
We can trust them.
Actual Limit Break.
Like your friends are all waiting to see you.
Raven.
No, it's not 30 FPS capped, I'm pretty sure. It's at least 60. Also, it's a really important entry to the series because it, the ending of it has a bunch of sequel bait in it. I'm not going to spoil it, but there's a lot of sequel bait. And it could be very much post-Mask of Truth sequel bait.
You know, I was kind of expecting some of that craziness at the municipal tower to make the news.
Well, not when so many people want to cover it up.
So we saved everybody, so now we're back at our hideout enjoying pizza with beer and mustard ketchup and mayo. I don't know who puts mayo on pizza, but, I mean, if that's your thing, then that's your thing, I guess.
It's all in the past.
Exactly. Relax, girl. Have some pizza.
You agents of Ion are going to be plenty busy yourselves.
Japanese do, fair enough.
Focus on the future instead of dwelling on the past. Right. Thank you.
So, every character in this game, we're all victims of circumstances. We're not really friends. We were all just kind of working together towards the same goal. So, like, the ending of this game is everybody just kind of pieces out and goes their own way. Which is a pretty unique type of ending, you know?
Maybe someone else out there's got him now. No way to know for sure. Our summoning powers came back too. Kinda sad Sabbaths are off the table though.
And they kind of get around the fact it's like, hey, Ringo stole all of our demon summoning powers, and now we just have them back so we can be independent again.
Especially since we'll be going our separate ways tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, Arrow and Milady go back to being complete enemies at the end of this game. It's kind of funny.
It's supposed to be our last hurrah before we all get back to our lives. You can't just give us the silent treatment now.
On a normal day, you'd be talking our ears off.
It's because everyone's leaving. She's feeling lonely.
What?
It's an unfamiliar parting. A sense of loss and longing, unlike the grief of death. It's a new experience, so we're not sure how to handle it.
Hey, it's not like that.
Whoa, there you go, I guess. Sounding a little more familiar.
Pizza noms.
So you do have a cute side.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll only come out now.
Oh, shut up. Maybe now I don't have all these jerks following me around, I'll finally have some peace and quiet. Not that it matters, but what are everybody's plans anyway?
I'm going back to Yata.
Ringo's being tsundere.
All things considered, I might have.
She's so sassy, but normally, but she's just like, I don't want everybody to leave.
For good
This is
faith,
fun.
nothing else. Plus, I've got more battles ahead of me. Fighting to end the fighting, right? How about you, Milady? If you need somewhere to go, I could vouch for you with Yatagarasu.
I'm fine, thanks. I'll be going back to the Phantom Society.
Would they even take you back? You nearly killed one of their top guys.
It's not like the entire organization is against me. Besides, I've got something I need to look into.
Hey, look, sequel bait.
Ah, the beard guy. Azazel, huh?
Yes, him and the rest of the Grand Executors.
Wait, you two are just going back to your old gangs? If we're just gonna go back to killing each other here, I am not playing mediator for you.
I think they'll be fine. Arrow and Melody want the same thing. That's something we all share. Even you, Saizo.
Speaking of, what do you plan on doing next?
Probably gonna keep freelancing. The whole mess left me with a lot to think about, you know?
Soul Hackers 2 2? Soul Hackers 2 the second.
From now on, I'm sticking to work I can be proud of.
Or Soul Hackers 2 Apocalypse, actually.
Protecting Ash, too.
Sounds like you've got your own path.
I'd play it. I'd play it. I'd route it. I'd speedrun it. Unless it's bad, then I wouldn't.
Ion's going to have a lot of work ahead of them.
The plan's to start getting directly involved in mankind's future, right? Sounds like a big job. Your first meetings today?
Yes.
I have to wonder how humanity will react to you.
Well, someone once told me, singularities occur outside the public eye. Usually, anyway.
Fig, look after Ringo for us. She'd clearly fall apart without you around.
Of course.
Maybe the conflict really does never end.
That's life.
Now you're getting it.
Sign off whenever. Alrighty. It's funny because we're just actually getting to the credits now. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed the run. Thanks for having me, RPG Limbrick, and I'll hopefully see you all again. Take it easy, everyone.